between 1100 and 1400, millions of people survived brutal European winters without electricity, central heating, or modern tools. They faced frostbite, starvation, and endless darkness, yet somehow endured. Their secret wasn't brute force, but ingenuity so subtle we've completely forgotten it today. Here's what medieval survival actually looked like, and why it might save your life when modern systems fail. Okay, so if you're here a lot, you know I ask for likes and subscribes, but seriously, where are you guys? Comment your location and time. Sometimes I see someone from California listening at 3 p.m. and I'm like, are you napping? We're heading to medieval Europe in a minute. First, though, get comfortable. Seriously, take a second. Adjust whatever needs adjusting. You're not going to want to move once we start. The cold hits first. Your eyes snap open to darkness and that bone-deep chill that tells you the fire died hours ago. Frost glitters on the inside of your wooden shutters. Your breath hangs visible in the air above you, not like your heated bedroom right now. No thermostat to bump up a few degrees, no electric blanket to switch on. You're wrapped in a scratchy wool blanket that smells faintly of smoke and sheep. The straw mattress beneath you crackles as you shift. Your joints ache from the cold, fingers stiff as you pull the blanket tighter. You're gonna be late, Elric. Your brother's voice from the darkness. Somehow, he always wakes before you do. You groan as you swing your legs over the edge of your sleeping platform. The wooden floor is like ice against your bare feet. The keeper's already heading up the hill, your brother says, already pulling on his worn leather boots. Shit, not today of all days. Hold up, you mumble, your voice thick with sleep. I'm coming. You dress quickly in the dark. Woolen underclothes, rough linen shirt, leather jerkin, thick woolen hose tied at the waist. No time to eat, no time to wash. The keeper waits for no one, not even his new apprentice. You stumble out the door behind your brother into the pre-dawn darkness of the village. The sky holds just enough light to outline the thatched rooftops against the stars. The air smells like wood smoke, damp earth, and the sour tang of the midden heap at the village edge. There he goes, your brother whispers, pointing to a hunched figure moving steadily up the path toward the forest. The old man doesn't use a torch, doesn't need one. He's walked this path every morning for 40 years. You break into a jog, feet crunching on the frozen ground. Your empty stomach protests. A day of hungry work ahead. Master Wulfric, you call, voice hushed but urgent. Wait for me. The old man doesn't slow or turn, just keeps his steady pace up the hill. His dark silhouette carries something in each hand. A leather pouch slung over one shoulder, a wooden box tucked under his arm. You catch up, breathing hard, your lungs burning from the cold air. You're late, the old man says simply, no anger in his voice, just fact. Sorry, master, the fire went out and the fire went out, he repeats, cutting you off. And why did that happen? You swallow. Day one as the keeper's apprentice, and you've already failed the most basic test. Because I didn't bank it properly before sleeping. The old man finally stops, turning to look at you. His face is a maze of wrinkles in the dim light, but his eyes are sharp. And what did that cost you this morning? You're about to say something flippant, but stop yourself. The old man isn't asking about convenience. Warmth, time, energy to restart it, wood that we could have saved. He nods, satisfied with your answer. Fire is life, boy. Let it die, and a little of you dies with it. So begins your first lesson from the Keeper of Embers. Wait, you're probably thinking, Keeper of Embers? What kind of job is that? Okay, picture this. In a world without matches, without lighters, without even reliable flint and steel for every household, fire wasn't just important, It was everything. And starting a fire from scratch? That could take hours of work. Hours you didn't have when you were freezing, when food needed cooking, when darkness was falling. So medieval people didn't play around with fire. They developed something far more reliable, a system so effective, so ingenious that modern survivalists haven't even figured it out yet. You follow Master Wulfric as he crests the hill, coming to the small stone hut that serves as the keeper's workshop. It's one of the only stone buildings in the village, aside from the church. That's how important this place is. First task of every morning, he says, pushing open the heavy wooden door. The smell hits you immediately, a complex mix of herbs, smoke, dried clay, and something earthy you can't quite place. We check the bundles. Inside, you can see the faint red glow coming from what looks like dozens of small clay pots arranged on stone shelves, each one about the size of your palm, sealed with wax around wooden plugs. Master Wulfric moves to the nearest shelf and carefully selects one pot. With practiced fingers, he pries out the wooden plug and peers inside. A gentle red glow illuminates his weathered face. Still strong, he murmurs, mostly to himself. He replaces the plug carefully, then marks a small notch in the clay with his thumbnail. You notice now that each pot has a series of notches, some with many, some with few. What are the marks for, you ask? Days, he says simply. This one's been alive for 36 days now. 36 days? You can't hide your disbelief. The fire's been burning in there for over a month? The old man chuckles. Not fire, boy, ember, and this isn't even close to the record. He points to a larger pot in the corner, treated with obvious reverence. That one's been smouldering for nearly 2 months. You stare at the innocuous clay pot. How is that possible? Sit, he says, gesturing to a small wooden stool. I'll show you the secret that keeps our village alive through winter. Master Wulfric moves to his work table, selecting a hollow reed stem about the thickness of your thumb and length of your forearm. The fire bundle, he explains, is the most valuable thing a traveller can carry, more important than gold, more crucial than weapons. He holds up the reed. Elder works best, though reed will do in a pinch. The secret is in the preparation. You watch as he takes a small ember from one of his pots using a metal tool. The ember glows bright orange in the dim room. First, you need perfect embers, not too hot, not too cool. He carefully places the ember inside the hollow reed. Then, you seal both ends. Clay, wax, mud, in an emergency. Leave just enough air holes to keep it alive. He demonstrates, sealing one end with clay, poking a tiny pinhole in it with a needle, then sealing the other end the same way. Too much air, it burns up in hours. Too little, it suffocates and dies. But get it just right. He holds up the finished bundle, and you have fire that travels with you for days, sometimes weeks. That's what's in all these pots, you ask, looking around the room with new understanding. Different types, different materials, different purposes. He points to various shelves. Those are for travellers heading north, those for the shepherds in the hills, those for the charcoal burners. He smiles slightly. Everyone needs fire, but not everyone can keep it alive. That's our job. But why not just use flint and steel, you ask? It seems simpler than this elaborate system. Master Wulfric's expression darkens. Let me tell you about last winter, he says quietly. 3 weeks of rain, everything soaked through. The Oswald family tried for 2 days to strike a spark that would catch. Their youngest, little girl, couldn't have been more than 4, died of cold before they managed it. The room feels suddenly colder as his words sink in. With a fire bundle, he continues, they would have had flame in seconds, no matter the weather, no matter how wet the wood. The ember inside stays protected, stays dry. He places a hand on your shoulder. We don't just keep fire, boy, we keep people alive. Outside, the sun finally breaks over the horizon, casting long shadows through the workshop's small window. The travellers will be coming soon, Master Wulfric says, moving toward a large wooden chest in the corner. They'll need fresh bundles for their journey. He opens the chest, revealing dozens of leather pouches and small wooden containers. Each traveller gets what they need based on their journey. Short trip, small bundle, long journey, multiple bundles to rotate. You move to help him, still marvelling at the system's elegance. No batteries to run out, no fuel to carry, just patient preservation of an existing flame. Some have special designs, the old man explains, showing you a bundle with a clever sliding cover over its air hole. This one lets the carrier control the burn rate. Open it more when you need it hotter, close it to conserve. And these, you ask, pointing to some strange dried mushrooms in a ceramic bowl. Ah, Master Wulfric's face lights up. The real treasure, tinder fungus, found only on certain birch trees. These can smoulder for extraordinary periods. He picks one up reverently. The record in this village is one that kept an ember alive for over 2 months. As the morning progresses, you help Master Wulfric prepare bundles for the day's travellers. Each one carefully crafted, each ember selected for its quality, each container designed for its specific purpose. Villagers begin to arrive as the sun climbs higher, a merchant heading to the next town, a shepherd taking his flock to higher pastures, a family travelling to visit relatives. The merchant approaches first, a heavy-set man with a face reddened by wind and sun. "Ah, Wulfric, I'll need 3 for the journey to Eastwick," he says, already reaching for his coin purse. 3? Master Wulfric raises an eyebrow. "It's only 2 days' journey, Edwin." The merchant shifts uncomfortably. The road's been wet, and after what happened to the Miller family, he doesn't finish the sentence. He doesn't need to. 3 it is. Master Wulfric nods, selecting appropriate bundles. 1 for your cart, 1 for your night fire, 1 for emergency. Rotate them, as I showed you. The merchant hands over several coins, more than you'd expect for something as simple as fire. "Your new apprentice?" the merchant asks, nodding toward you. "Started today," Master Wulfric says, "still learning the value of what we do." The merchant fixes you with a serious stare. "Last winter, I was caught in a snowstorm near Westbrook. Horse went lame, night falling, temperature dropping. Without my fire bundle, you'd be looking at a frozen corpse right now instead of my ugly face." He pats the leather pouch Master Wulfric hands him. Worth more than gold, these are. Throughout the morning, more villagers come for their fire bundles. Each has a story. Each treats the humble containers with surprising reverence. In the monastery, Master Wulfric tells you during a quiet moment, they maintain eternal flames. Fire that has burned continuously for generations, never extinguished, passed from one bundle to another in an unbroken chain for hundreds of years. You're struck by the thought, the same flame burning for centuries, ancestral fire linking past to present. Tonight, Master Wulfric says, as the day draws to a close, you'll learn to prepare the perfect ember, not too hot, not too cool, the soul of the bundle. As you help close up the workshop, you realize something has fundamentally shifted in how you see the world. Fire isn't just something that exists when needed and disappears when not. It's a living resource, a companion that must be nurtured, protected, respected. One last thing before you go, Master Wulfric says, reaching into his personal pouch. He pulls out a small wooden container, beautifully carved with symbols you don't recognize. He hands it to you. Inside is a perfectly prepared fire bundle, your first. Never let your home fire go out again, he says quietly. This one will last a week if you're careful. Bring it back when it weakens and I'll show you how to transfer the ember. You clutch the container carefully, feeling its slight warmth against your palm. Inside this humble reed is something precious, not just heat or light, but security, survival, life itself. As you walk back down the hill toward your family's hut, the weight of the container in your hand feels significant. You're carrying more than fire. You're carrying an ancient technology, a forgotten wisdom, unlike the flashlights with batteries that die, the lighters that run out of fuel, the matches that get wet. This simple system creates a closed loop, a perpetual resource that, with care, never needs replacement. The genius isn't that it worked back then. It's that we've forgotten it now, when we might need it most. In your warm, comfortable bed tonight, you don't have to worry about your fire going out. Your heating works automatically. Light comes at the flip of a switch, but somewhere in the back of your mind, a quiet voice might wonder, what would you do if those systems failed? How would you keep warm, keep fed, stay alive? The medieval firekeeper had an answer. Simple, reliable, tested through generations. Sometimes the oldest solutions are still the best ones. Your family's hut comes into view. Tonight, thanks to your new knowledge, the fire won't go out. Tomorrow, there will be warm embers waiting to greet the dawn. And as the weeks pass, you'll learn there are more forgotten systems, equally ingenious, equally forgotten, that kept medieval people alive through challenges we can barely imagine. The fire bundle was just the beginning. The crowing of the rooster wakes you before dawn, though you hardly slept. Your mind kept circling back to what Master Wulfric had shown you, the elegant simplicity of the fire bundles, the reverence with which villagers treated them. You check your own bundle, the one the old man gave you, still warm to the touch. Following his instructions, you'd kept it in a small clay pot near your sleeping mat, wrapped in wool to insulate it. Your brother watches, curious, as you carefully extract the ember and use it to kindle the morning fire. No flint and steel today? He asks, eyebrow raised. Don't need it, you reply, feeling an unexpected pride as the kindling catches easily from your preserved ember. Within moments, flames dance in the hearth. No struggling with damp wood or failed sparks. Just reliable fire, exactly when needed. The hedge weavers are coming today, your brother says, warming his hands by the newborn flames. Father says we're to help. Your stomach tightens a little. The hedge weavers. Everyone knows their importance to the village, but their work is mysterious, secretive. What about my training with Master Wulfric, you ask? He's the one who requested you join them. Said something about you needing to understand all the village systems. After a quick breakfast of hard bread and thin ale, you make your way to the village edge. The morning mist still clings to the fields, but you can see a group of men and women gathering by the northern boundary, carrying an assortment of tools, billhooks, saws, large wooden mallets, coils of flexible willow branches. Master Wulfric is among them, talking with an imposing woman whose silver-streaked hair is braided tightly against her head. Ah, there he is, Wulfric says as you approach. Elric, this is Mistress Edith, master of the hedge weavers. The woman studies you with sharp eyes. No warmth in her face, just assessment. You've never helped with the living wall before? She asks. No, mistress. But you know its importance. You hesitate. Everyone knows the hedge wall surrounds the village, but beyond that, it keeps wild animals out. A ripple of laughter moves through the gathered workers. Mistress Edith doesn't smile. It does a great deal more than that, boy. Come, today you learn what truly protects this village, and it's not the Lord's men or their steel. The group moves toward the northern edge of the village, where the massive hedgerow stands like a green fortress wall. You've seen it your entire life, of course, but never really looked at it. Now, approaching with purpose, you're struck by its size and density, easily 15 feet high in places, so thick you can't see through it. This section needs maintenance, Mistress Edith explains, pointing to an area where the growth seems particularly wild. It was last laid 4 years ago. All laid, you ask? She hands you a pair of thick leather gloves. Watch first, then you'll help. 2 men approach a young tree growing within the hedgerow, a hawthorn with a trunk about as thick as your wrist. Using a billhook, one man makes a deep cut into the trunk, about 2 feet from the ground. Not enough to fell the tree, but enough to weaken it. The cut must be precise, Mistress Edith explains. Too deep, and the tree dies. Too shallow, and it won't bend properly. With the cut made, both men grasp the trunk and slowly, carefully bend it horizontal, parallel to the ground. You expect it to snap, but the partial cut allows it to bend without breaking completely. This is hedge laying, she continues. We partially cut the living trees and bend them horizontally. As they heal, they'll grow both upward and outward, creating a living wall that can't be easily cut or burned. You watch in fascination as the men secure the bent tree using wooden stakes. The hawthorn now forms a living barrier about waist high. Your turn, Mistress Edith says, pointing to another young tree. Under her watchful eye, you make your cut, too shallow at first, and she has you deepen it slightly. The sensation of bending the living tree is strange. There's resistance, a tension that feels like the tree is fighting back until suddenly it gives way and lays horizontal. Good, she nods. Now you understand the basic technique, but this is just the beginning of what the living wall does for us. Throughout the morning, you work alongside the hedge weavers. It's harder labour than you expected, and your hands blister despite the gloves. But slowly, you begin to see the genius of the system. Notice what we plant where, Mistress Edith says during a brief rest. She points to different sections of the hedge. Hawthorn and blackthorn provide the structure, with their thorns creating an impenetrable barrier. She's right, the thorns on these trees are vicious, some nearly 2 inches long and sharp as needles. But look closer. What else do you see woven among them? You peer into the dense growth and begin to notice what you'd overlooked before. Apple and pear trees, carefully grafted and woven into the structure. Wild plums, hazelnuts, berries of all kinds. The hedge feeds us, you realise aloud. Mistress Edith nods. A well-maintained hedge provides fruit from spring through autumn. During the famine 3 years ago, these berries kept children from starving. One of the older workers, a man with a heavily lined face, chimes in. My grandfather said in the great hunger of his youth, half the village survived on hedge fruit when the crops failed. And look here, Mistress Edith guides you to another section. Elder, willow, yarrow, comfrey, all with medicinal properties. So it's a living pharmacy too, you say, beginning to understand. Indeed. The same barrier that keeps wolves and raiders out also provides medicine, food, and materials. As the day progresses, you learn how different sections of the hedge serve different purposes. Near the livestock pens, the hedge is particularly dense to prevent predators from reaching the animals. Near the village's main path, there's a carefully disguised opening, a hedge port, they call it, that can be quickly sealed in times of danger. Only villagers know about this entrance, Mistress Edith explains. If raiders come, they'll waste time searching for a way through while we seal this passage. You help as they demonstrate how bundles of blackthorn can be quickly positioned to close the gap, creating a barrier so thorny that no one would dare push through it. The lords in their stone keeps think walls must be dead to be strong, one of the older women says with a snort. Dead stone, dead wood. Our wall grows stronger every year instead of weaker. Some of these hedgerows are older than the villages they protect, another adds. There's a section on the east side that stood for over 200 years, outlived the original village entirely. During the midday meal, bread, cheese and apples harvested directly from the hedge, Mistress Edith explains the yearly cycle of hedge maintenance. We always work in winter, when the sap is down, she says. Cut and weave at the wrong time and you'll kill the living wall. Each section gets maintained every 4 to 6 years, depending on growth. How long does it take to establish a new section, you ask? 7 years before it's truly formidable, but even a 3-year hedge will discourage casual trespassers. After eating, the work continues. You notice how birds flit in and out of the hedge continuously. Finches, thrushes, small wrens and larger fieldfares. The birds are as important as the thorns, Mistress Edith tells you, following your gaze. They nest in the safety of the hedge, then feed on insects that would otherwise destroy our crops. You've never thought about it before, but it makes sense. The fields closest to the hedge always seem to have fewer pest problems. And look there, she points to a narrow trail along the hedge bottom. Fox runs. The hedge provides corridors for wildlife to move between woodlands. But wouldn't we want to keep foxes away from the village? She smiles for the first time. You'd think so, but foxes hunt the rats and mice that would otherwise overrun our grain stores. Everything has its place, its purpose. As the afternoon wears on, you help collect the cuttings from the hedge maintenance. Nothing goes to waste. Straight branches are set aside for tool handles. Flexible willow and bramble are coiled for basket weaving. Even the smallest twigs are gathered for kindling. In spring, Mistress Edith explains, we'll harvest specific plants for dyes, walnuts for brown, elderberries for purple, woad for blue. The more you learn, the more you realize that the simple hedge is actually an intricate multi-purpose system. Defense, food, medicine, tools, pest control, wildlife corridors, all from a living structure that strengthens rather than degrades over time. As the sun begins to set, Mistress Edith leads you to a section of hedge you haven't worked on yet. This is the oldest part of our wall, she says, with reverence in her voice, planted by my great-grandmother's grandmother, nearly 8 generations of protection. The hedge here towers nearly 20 feet high, with a trunk system so dense it resembles a solid wall of wood. The thorny exterior looks truly impenetrable. During the Great Raids 50 years ago, 3 villages in this valley were burned. Ours alone was spared. Raiders tried for 2 days to breach this wall, but couldn't get through. Eventually, they left to find easier targets. You place your hand on the ancient hedge, feeling the rough bark, the solidity of generations of growth. It's like a castle wall, but alive. Better than a castle wall, she corrects. This repairs itself, grows stronger with time, not weaker, and no lord can tax us for its maintenance. That's when you notice something unusual. Symbols carved into some of the older trees within the hedge, intricate patterns that clearly have meaning. What are these marks, you ask? Mistress Edith exchanges glances with the other hedge weavers. After a moment she seems to make a decision. The hedge doesn't just protect our bodies, Elric. It protects our knowledge. She runs her fingers over one of the symbols. Each major plant in the hedge has a purpose. Some have many. These marks remind us of their properties, when to harvest them, how to prepare them. A living library, you murmur. Exactly. If soldiers come and burn our homes, if priests confiscate our books, if lords forbid our practices, the hedge remembers. The knowledge stays safe, hidden in plain sight. As twilight deepens, Master Wulfric rejoins your group, having spent the day working on another section of hedge. "Did you learn something today, apprentice?" he asks. "More than I expected," you admit. "I've lived with this hedge my entire life and never understood what it truly was." He nods, satisfied. The best protections are often the ones no one recognizes as protections. Remember that. Before you leave, Mistress Edith hands you a small bundle of hedge cuttings. "Plant these along the north side of your family's hut," she instructs. "In 3 years, you'll have a small food hedge of your own. In 7, it will protect your home as effectively as any guard." You take the bundle carefully. Seeds and cuttings of hawthorn, blackthorn elder, hazel, and crab apple. The beginnings of your own living wall. "Thank you," you say, understanding this is more valuable than it appears. "One more thing before you go," she says, her voice lowering. "The great storm last autumn damaged the eastern section badly. We'll need to replant. Meet us there tomorrow at dawn. Bring a spade if you have one." You nod, honoured to be included in such important work. Walking home in the gathering darkness, your mind whirls with all you've learned. 2 days of apprenticeship have already revealed 2 interconnected survival systems your village relies on: fire preservation and living fortifications, and yet neither would impress a modern observer. No complex machinery, no rare materials, just generations of accumulated wisdom working with nature instead of against it. Your brother is waiting when you return home, curious about your day with the hedge weavers. "Did they show you the hawk's nest?" he asks as you warm yourself by the fire, still burning strong thanks to your morning ember. "Hawk's nest? No. Why?" He grins. "There's a pair of hawks that nest in the tallest part of the southern hedge each year. The weavers protect them because they keep the pigeon population in check. The pigeons would destroy our seeds otherwise." Another layer of protection you hadn't even seen. You wonder how many more there are, how many systems working in harmony that you've never noticed. You place your bundle of hedge cuttings carefully beside your sleeping mat, next to the clay pot holding your fire bundle. 2 forms of protection, 2 technologies more sophisticated than they appear. "Get some sleep," your brother advises. Dawn comes early for hedge weavers. As you drift towards sleep, you can't help but wonder what other forgotten knowledge awaits you tomorrow. The living fence wasn't primitive. It was the ultimate expression of working with nature instead of against it. Modern fences rust, decay, require constant maintenance and eventually fail completely. But somewhere in England there are hedgerows still standing that were first laid by medieval hands, living walls that have outlasted empires. That's not primitive technology, that's genius. Dawn brings a thin, cold drizzle, the kind that soaks through clothes faster than a downpour. You join the hedge weavers at the eastern boundary as promised, hood pulled against the weather, spade in hand. The damaged section is worse than you expected. A massive oak had fallen during the autumn storm, crushing nearly 30 feet of ancient hedgerow. "We'll need to start fresh here," Mistress Edith says, surveying the damage with a frown. "Full replanting." The work is grueling, clearing the fallen tree, digging new trenches for saplings, planting in precise patterns that look chaotic to your untrained eye, but follow Mistress Edith's exacting specifications. "Blackthorn on the outside," she instructs. "Hawthorn behind. Crabapple at 10-foot intervals. Elder at the corners." By midday, your hands are blistered despite the gloves, your back aching from digging in the cold, wet soil. But there's satisfaction in the work, knowing you're rebuilding a protection that might stand for centuries. "Elric," a voice calls from the village path. You look up to see your cousin Leif jogging toward you, out of breath. "Your father sent me," he pants. "There's smoke rising from the Aylwoods barn. All able hands needed." Your heart sinks. Fire in the village is everyone's nightmare. Thatch burns like tinder, and a stray spark can destroy years of work in minutes. "Go," Mistress Edith says immediately. "We'll continue here." You drop your tools and run with Leif back toward the village centre, expecting to see flames, hear shouts of panic. Instead, you find a small crowd gathered calmly around the Aylwoods barn. Thick smoke rises from the roof vents, but there's no urgency in people's movements. Your father spots you and waves you over. "Not a fire," he explains, seeing your confused expression. "It's smoking day. The Aylwoods are doing their winter preservation. They requested help." Relief washes over you, followed by curiosity. You've eaten smoked meat your entire life, but never participated in its making. "Go in and see if they need an extra pair of hands," your father suggests. Good knowledge to have. You approach the heavy wooden door of the barn. When you pull it open, a wall of fragrant smoke billows out, making your eyes water. Through the haze, you see Goodwife Aylwood, a stout woman known for her practical knowledge, directing several people hanging items from the barn's upper beams. "Ah, another helper," she says, noticing you. "Good. We need strong arms. Come in. Come in." Stepping into the smoke-filled barn is like entering another world. The light filters through the haze in strange patterns, creating an otherworldly glow. Your eyes sting at first, but you quickly adjust. What surprises you most is what's being smoked. You expected to see meat, hams, bacon, perhaps some fish. And yes, those are here, hanging from the highest beams, but there's so much more. "Take these up to the middle racks," Goodwife Aylwood instructs, handing you several large cloth sacks. Not too high, mind you. That's for the meat only. The sacks are heavy, filled with what feels like grain. You raise your eyebrows in question. "Barley," she confirms. "And those over there are rye and wheat. The smoke keeps the weevils and moths away." You climb the wooden ladder to the middle level of the barn, where several horizontal poles create a series of racks. Following the instructions of another worker, you hang the sacks so they're fully exposed to the smoke but not directly over the fire pits below. "Why different heights?" you ask the worker, a middle-aged man with a smoke-darkened face. "Heat and smoke density," he explains. "Meat needs the hottest smoke to kill rot. Grains need medium heat to drive off pests. Delicate things like herbs and medicines need the gentlest smoke." Looking up, you see the system now, a careful arrangement by height. Meat and fish at the top, where smoke is hottest. Grain sacks in the middle, and at your eye level, bundles of herbs, flowers, and what appear to be medicinal plants spread on wide, flat racks. "Is this all from one family?" you ask, surprised by the quantity. The man laughs. No, the whole village uses the Aylwood smoke barn. They have the best setup, and Goodwife Aylwood knows the smoke better than anyone. Each family brings their goods on their assigned day. Back on the ground floor, you report to Goodwife Aylwood for more instructions. "What's burning?" you ask, noticing multiple fire pits with different coloured smoke rising from each. She gives you an appraising look. "You've an interest in the smoke craft." "I'm learning the village systems," you explain. "Master Wulfric's apprentice." Her expression changes to one of respect. "Ah, the new keeper in training. Well then, you should understand what we're doing here." She gestures to the different fire pits. Each wood creates different smoke with different properties. She points to the pit with the whitest smoke. Apple wood there, sweet smoke, good for pork and fowl, gives a golden colour. She moves to the next. Oak, strong smoke, best for beef and heartier foods, preserves longest. And finally to a pit with bluish smoke. Juniper and pine creates a barrier that insects won't cross. We use it mainly for grains and textiles. I didn't know different woods made different smoke, you admit. Or most don't, she says, with a hint of pride. They throw any wood on the fire and hope for the best, but there's knowledge in smoke, old knowledge. For the next hour, you help carry items to their proper locations in the smoke hierarchy. It's exhausting work in the thick air, but fascinating. You see things you never expected to be smoked. Bundles of linen cloth, coils of rope, leather hides, even wooden tools. The rope and nets need smoke treatment before the fishing season, Goodwife Aylward explains when she catches you looking curiously at a pile of fishing nets, makes them last twice as long in water. And the cloth, you ask, nodding toward bundles of linen. Smoke makes it resist water and moths. Not as well as proper oiling, but it helps, especially for work clothes. You're helping hang a rack of leather hides when a fit of coughing overcomes you. The smoke has finally penetrated your lungs enough to irritate them. Go outside and catch your breath, Goodwife Aylward instructs. First-timers always need breaks. Grateful, you step outside into the cool air. Your clothes reek of smoke, and you can taste it on your tongue, but the fresh air is a relief. Several others are also taking breaks, sitting on logs near the barn entrance. An older man with a beard streaked with grey makes room for you. First smoke day? He asks. You nod, still catching your breath. I remember my first, he says with a chuckle. Thought my lungs would never recover. You'll get used to it. So much more than just meat, you observe. That's what the Southerners don't understand, the man says. They smoke only for flavour. We smoke for survival. He gestures toward the barn. A properly smoked grain sack will stay free of pests for years, not months. Smoked herbs keep their potency through the harshest winters. Some medicines actually become stronger after smoke exposure. How so, you ask, intrigued. Take willow bark, he says. Good for pain and fever, as you likely know, but smoke it with alderwood and its potency doubles. The old herbalist, before Mistress Agnes, discovered that by accident during a smoke day like this. Your break ends too quickly, and you return to the smoke-filled barn. This time, Goodwife Aylward leads you to a small side room off the main smoking area. Here, the air is clearer, though still pungent with smoke. An elderly woman sits at a table covered with small bundles of herbs and plants. This is Mistress Agnes, our herbalist, Goodwife Aylward introduces. She requested help with her medicines. The old woman barely glances up from her work, carefully wrapping herbs in linen before tying them with string. You're Wulfric's new boy, she says. Not a question. Yes, mistress. Good. Sit. I'll show you something few understand. You obey, taking a seat across from her at the small table. Her fingers move with surprising dexterity for her age, sorting and bundling various dried plants you can't identify. Different herbs need different smoke, she explains without preamble. Some need the pine smoke to enhance their properties. Others need apple wood to maintain their gentleness. Others still need oak for longevity. She holds up a bundle of dark leaves. This is fever moss, useful for reducing heat in the body, but fresh, it's too strong, can cause visions, confusion. She sets the bundle in a small basket separate from the others. This will go to the gentlest smoke, just enough to mellow its effects without reducing its healing power. For the next hour, you help Mistress Agnes prepare her medicinal herbs for smoking. Each has its specific needs, its particular placement within the smoke hierarchy, its precise, almost ritualistic work. The monks claim all healing comes from prayer, she says after a long silence, but they still send for my smoked herbs when sickness comes to their doors. There's a hint of satisfaction in her voice. Have you always been the village herbalist? You ask. 30 years now. She nods. Learned from my grandmother, who learned from hers. The smoke knowledge goes back further than anyone remembers. Before the stone church, before the Lord's manor. She hands you a small cloth pouch filled with a pungent mixture. Smoke preservation isn't just for winter stores, boy. It's for knowledge itself. When the Big Abbey tried to burn our healing books during the last king's reign, we still had our smoked herbs. Our knowledge kept alive in practice, not just words. You're struck by the similarity to what Mistress Edith had said about the hedge, another form of preservation that protected knowledge as much as physical resources. By late afternoon, the smoking is at its peak. The barn glows with an almost magical light as sunbeams pierce the thick haze. The 3 fire pits are carefully tended, different woods added in precise amounts to maintain the correct smoke quality. Goodwife Aylward leads you to a corner where several clay containers sit sealed with wax. The most valuable part, she says, tapping one of the containers. Smoke ash. We collect it from each type of wood separately. The ash from apple wood makes the best soap for delicate things. Oak ash makes lye for the strongest soap. Pine ash mixed with fat creates a salve for winter rashes and chilblains. You marvel at the completeness of the system. Nothing wasted, everything transformed. How long will all this stay in the smoke? You ask, gesturing to the hanging food and materials. Depends on what it is, she explains. Herbs might need only a day or 2, grains a week. Meats can hang for nearly a month, depending on size and how long we need them to last. She points to an especially large ham hanging from the highest beam. That one's for midwinter feast. It'll smoke for 3 weeks, then keep until winter's heart without spoiling. Your father finds you as the day's light begins to fade. Your eyes are red, your throat raw from the smoke, but your mind is alive with new understanding. Learned something? He asks as you walk home together. More than I expected, you admit. I thought smoking was just for flavour. He laughs. That's what the rich lords think too. They smoke meat to make it taste better. We smoke to survive winter. At home, your mother has a bath waiting, a rare luxury but necessary to remove the smoke smell saturating your clothes and hair. As you scrub, you reflect on the day's lessons. Modern people with refrigerators and chemicals might look at a smokehouse as primitive, but the smoke preservation system you witnessed was anything but simple. It was chemistry and timing, knowledge refined through generations of trial and error. It was alchemy, turning the perishable into the permanent using nothing but carefully controlled smoke. After bathing, you join your family for the evening meal. Your mother has prepared a stew featuring smoked venison from last season, still perfectly preserved despite being nearly 5 months old. The Aylwards finished their big smoking today, you tell her between bites. Goodwife Aylward showed me the different woods they use. Did she show you the smoke barrels for the beekeepers? Your mother asks. You shake your head, realizing there was yet another aspect you hadn't even seen. They create special smoke from certain herbs, she explains. The beekeepers use it to calm the bees during honey collection. But it has to be exactly the right mixture, or it harms the hive. Another layer of knowledge, another refined technique hidden within what appeared simple from the outside. That night, as you lay in bed, you notice something. Your smoky clothes hanging by the door to air out have attracted no moths. The smell that clings to them despite your bath is keeping insects at bay, exactly as Goodwife Aylward had explained. Protection and preservation, the common themes emerging from everything you're learning. Your fire bundle sits nearby, still safely preserving its ember. Tomorrow you'll need to return it to Master Wulfric to refresh it, just as he instructed. You wonder what new knowledge the old man will share next. 3 days into your apprenticeship, and already the world looks different. Systems and knowledge hidden in plain sight. Survival techniques refined over centuries. Not primitive technology, just different technology. Perfect for its time, and perhaps you think as you drift towards sleep, still perfect for times when modern methods fail. Morning comes with frozen dew and clear skies, a rare cloudless day that promises little warmth despite the sunshine. You return your fire bundle to Master Wulfric as instructed, finding him already at work in his stone hut atop the hill. "How was your time with the hedge weavers and the smoking barn?" he asks, carefully examining your bundle. "Eye-opening," you admit. "I never realized how complex those systems were." He nods, satisfied with both your answer and the condition of your fire bundle. Most don't. The best survival methods don't announce themselves as such. He sets your bundle aside and selects a fresh reed. "I'll prepare you a new one. Today, you're to help Mistress Hildegard with her clay work." "The potter?" you ask, surprised. You know of her, of course. Every village needs someone skilled with clay, but you hadn't expected her work to be part of your apprenticeship. "She's more than just a potter," Master Wulfric corrects, already preparing a fresh ember for your bundle. "She creates what some might call batteries." Batteries? The word is unfamiliar. "Vessels that store things," he explains. "Not just water or grain, but cold, heat, even preservation itself. Go to her workshop by the creek. Tell her I sent you to learn about the cooling emporas." Armed with a fresh fire bundle and curiosity, you make your way down the hill toward the far side of the village where Mistress Hildegard keeps her workshop. The building is distinctive, larger than most village huts, with a tall kiln chimney rising from its rear. Clay pots, jars, and vessels of all sizes surround it in various stages of completion. You find the mistress herself working a large mass of grey clay with strong, weathered hands. She's older than you expected, with grey streaked hair tied back in a practical knot, but her movements show no sign of age's weakness. "Master Wulfric sent me," you explain after introducing yourself, "to learn about cooling emporas." She studies you for a moment, then nods decisively. About time he sent someone. Knowledge doesn't preserve itself. She gestures to a wooden stool. "Sit, watch first, then help." For the next hour, you observe as she works the clay with practiced precision. Unlike regular pots with single walls, she crafts vessels with double walls, an inner and outer chamber separated by a small gap. "The cooling empora," she explains while working, "is older than the village, older than the church. My grandmother's grandmother made them the same way." Her hands never stop moving as she speaks, expertly forming the complex vessel. "The principle is simple," she continues, "but the execution must be precise." She points to the gap between the vessel walls. "This space will be filled with wet sand. As water evaporates through the porous outer clay, it pulls heat from the inner chamber. Creating cooling without ice, you realize aloud. Exactly. She looks pleased at your quick understanding. In high summer, when the well water turns tepid by midday, these keep drinking water cool and sweet. Milk stays fresh an extra day. Meat doesn't spoil as quickly. She finishes shaping the vessel and sets it carefully on a shelf to dry slightly before firing. Then she selects another partially completed vessel, this one with a different design. "This," she says, "is for the opposite purpose, a heat battery. The vessel is smaller and denser, with thicker walls and a narrow opening at the top. The clay here is special, she explains, tapping the half-formed vessel, mixed with crushed stone and iron filings from the blacksmith's forge. It absorbs heat during firing, then releases it slowly over many hours. Like a stone that stays warm after sitting near the fire, you suggest. Similar, but much more effective. These can be heated in the morning fire, wrapped in wool, and carried to keep hands warm all day. Shepherds take them on winter watches. Travellers tuck them into bedrolls on cold nights. You think about the practical genius of such a simple object. No need for constant fire, no danger of sparks or flame, just steady, reliable warmth when and where it's needed most. But the most sophisticated, Mistress Hildegard continues, are the preservation chambers. She points to a row of sealed clay vessels on a high shelf. Each is marked with symbols you don't recognize. These create microclimates for storing seeds, certain medicines, even the starter for bread. She selects one and hands it to you. It's heavier than it looks, sealed with wax around its lid. This one preserves parsnip seeds, she explains. Normally they lose their vigor after a year, but properly sealed in a chamber like this, with the right mixture of ash and dried herbs inside, they'll remain viable for 5 years or more. You turn the vessel in your hands, noting the careful craftsmanship. How is this different from just a sealed jar? Everything is in the details, she says, taking it back from you. The porosity of the clay, it must breathe just enough, but not too much. The mixture inside creates the perfect environment for those specific seeds. Too dry, they die. Too damp, they rot or sprout prematurely. She replaces the vessel on its shelf and gestures for you to follow her outside. Behind her workshop stands a structure you hadn't noticed before, a small, partially underground room built into the hillside. The thick door bears the same symbols you saw on the preservation vessels. The seed bank, she explains, unlocking the heavy door with a key she wears around her neck. Every village should have one, though few do anymore. Inside, the temperature drops noticeably. The walls are lined with shelves holding hundreds of clay vessels, each carefully labelled. The air smells of earth and herbs and something undefinable, the scent of dormant life, perhaps. Seeds from every crop we grow, Mistress Hildegard says, with quiet pride, some dating back 20 years or more. If disease takes our wheat, if floods wash away our planting, if war comes and fields burn, we have what we need to start again. You stare in amazement at the clay library of life surrounding you, and they all stay viable in these vessels? If properly prepared, yes. Each type of seed needs its specific clay mixture, its specific internal environment. She points to different shelves. Those are grains, those root vegetables, those herbs and flowers, each with their own vessel design refined over generations. The technological sophistication hidden in these humble clay pots strikes you deeply. This isn't primitive storage, it's precision environmental control using nothing but natural materials. Back in the workshop, Mistress Hildegard puts you to work, first helping to prepare clay, mixing it with different materials for different purposes, then assisting as she throws pots on her wheel. It's harder than it looks. Your first attempts at forming vessels are laughable compared to her precise creations. Don't worry, she chuckles, seeing your frustration. It takes years to master. Today is just for understanding. Midday brings a short break. You share a simple meal of bread and cheese, eating outside in the winter sunshine. Despite the clear sky, the air remains bitterly cold. Perfect weather for demonstrating the cooling Empora's cousin, Mistress Hildegard says, disappearing briefly into her workshop. She returns with what looks like an ordinary clay pitcher, but with subtle differences you now recognize: double walls, slightly porous outer surface. The warming pitcher, she explains, pouring water from a kettle into the vessel, keeps drinks hot for hours without a fire nearby. She seals it with a cork stopper and hands it to you. Hold it. The pitcher is warm to the touch, but not hot, despite the steaming water inside. The outer layer stays comfortable to hold, she explains, but the inner chamber maintains heat far longer than a normal vessel. By tonight, that water will still be warm enough for washing. How many different vessels do you make, you ask, marvelling at the ingenuity. Dozens of designs, each with a specific purpose. She gestures around the yard at the various pots and jars in different stages of completion. Cold storage, heat retention, seed preservation, fermentation control, even moisture regulation for certain crafts. After the meal, she shows you how to prepare the special sand mixture for cooling emporas. It's not just any sand, but a specific blend from the riverbed, washed and sorted to the right consistency, then mixed with certain minerals. Too fine, it blocks the pores and no evaporation occurs, she explains as you sift the sand through a cloth. Too coarse, the water passes through too quickly and the cooling effect is weak. You help her fill the gap in a completed cooling empora with the prepared sand, then add water until it's properly saturated. Now we test it, she says. Inside her workshop, she fills 2 identical cups, one with water from her regular pitcher, one with water from a cooling empora that's been working all morning. She hands both to you. Taste the difference. The first cup is room temperature, slightly stale tasting. The second is remarkably cool and fresh, almost as if just drawn from the deepest part of the well. That's incredible, you say honestly. And this works even in summer, especially in summer. The hotter the day, the stronger the evaporation, the better the cooling effect. She takes the cups back. The beauty is in its self-regulation. No need to adjust it or monitor it. The system responds naturally to the environment. Throughout the afternoon, you learn about more specialized clay vessels, fermentation crocks designed to maintain perfect conditions for transforming cabbage into sauerkraut, wine vessels that keep temperature stable during the crucial early stages, special containers for storing herbs that would otherwise lose their potency. The most complex are these, Mistress Hildegard says, showing you a set of interlocking vessels, the nested preservation system used for our most valuable medicines. The design is ingenious, a small central container for the medicine itself, surrounded by a chamber filled with specific herbs and minerals, all encased in a water-resistant outer vessel. Each layer creates the precise conditions needed, she explains. The monastery pays handsomely for these to store their most precious remedies. As the light begins to fade, Mistress Hildegard shows you to a corner of her workshop where a large clay disc, nearly the size of a millstone, sits near the kiln. The night warmer, she says, instructing you to help her move it closer to the kiln's outer wall. We'll heat it now, while the kiln still burns hot from today's firing. Tonight, it will radiate warmth for hours after the fire dies. Together, you position the massive clay disc where it can absorb heat from the kiln. You notice it's a special formulation, darker and denser than her other clay works. Special clay mixed with iron stone, she explains, seeing your curiosity. It holds heat longer than any other material I've found. The sun has nearly set by the time you finish helping around the workshop. Mistress Hildegard hands you a small clay vessel, similar to the heat batteries she showed you earlier, but sized to fit in a pocket. For your walk home, she says, I heated it in the kiln. It should stay warm for at least 2 hours. You thank her and tuck the warm vessel into your pocket. The heat radiates through your clothing, a surprising comfort against the biting evening cold. Come back in 3 days, she instructs. We'll be firing the cooling emporas, and I could use an extra pair of hands. Walking home in the gathering darkness, you marvel at how something as simple as clay could be transformed into such sophisticated technology. Your pocket warmer still radiates heat against your side, a constant comfort in the freezing evening. At home, you find your family huddled near the hearth. Winter nights are always difficult. The fire can't warm the entire hut, and sleeping areas further from the hearth can be bitterly cold. "What's that?" your brother asks as you pull the pocket warmer from your clothing. "Heat battery," you explain, handing it to him. His eyes widen at the warmth radiating from the small clay vessel. "From the potter?" he asks. "Mistress Hildegard," you correct, "and she's far more than just a potter." Your father examines the heat battery with interest. "I've seen travellers with these, but never knew how they were made. They're just one type," you explain, finding yourself eager to share what you've learned. "She makes cooling vessels too, double-walled with wet sand between, and preservation chambers for seeds and medicines." As you describe the various clay technologies, you realize how many of them you've seen around the village without recognizing their significance. The water pitcher that keeps the miller's drinking water cool even on harvest days, the vessels the herbalist uses for her most valuable medicines, the warming stones the baker tucks into bread deliveries on cold mornings. Hidden technology hiding in plain sight. That night, you place your pocket warmer at the foot of your sleeping mat before getting under the blankets. The gentle heat warms your perpetually cold feet, a small luxury you've never experienced before. Such a simple thing, yet so effective. As you drift towards sleep, your mind returns to Mistress Hildegard's seed bank, those humble clay vessels preserving life through winter, through drought, through disaster, ensuring survival not just for one season but for generations to come. Modern storage depends on plastic, on refrigeration, on technology that inevitably fails. But these clay technologies, they could work forever, created from the earth itself, not primitive at all, just perfectly adapted for their purpose. Morning arrives with the soft patter of rain against the thatch. The gentle sound would normally lull you back to sleep, but today there's urgency in the household. Your father's boots have sprung a leak, a disaster in winter when dry feet can mean the difference between health and sickness. "They're my only good pair," he mutters, examining the cracked leather with a frown. Water from yesterday's work in the fields has seeped through, leaving the leather stiff and damaged. "Can't afford new ones before spring." Your mother glances at you over her breakfast porridge. "Didn't you say Master Wulfric was teaching you the village systems? Perhaps he knows someone who could help." You think about the knowledge you've gained over the past few days. Firekeeping, hedge weaving, smoke preservation, clay crafting, but nothing specifically about leather repair. Still, Master Wulfric would know who to ask. The morning rain has settled into a steady drizzle by the time you reach Master Wulfric's hut on the hill. You find him sorting through a collection of dried plants, carefully separating leaves from stems. "Father's boots are leaking," you explain after greeting him. "We can't afford new ones. Is there someone in the village who could help?" Master Wulfric sets aside his work and considers for a moment. Interesting timing. Goodwife Marta begins her waterproofing work today. The hunting party returns tomorrow and their gear will need treatment. He nods decisively. "Go to the tanner's yard. Tell Marta I sent you to learn about friction glaze." The tanner's yard sits downwind of the village for good reason. The process of turning animal hides into usable leather produces smells that turn stomachs. But today, as you approach, the usual stench is masked by a different scent, sharp, resinous, almost pleasant. You find Goodwife Marta working in an open-sided shed adjacent to the main tanning area. She's a sturdy woman with muscular arms and hands stained dark from years of working with tanning agents. 3 large pots bubble over small fires, each emitting a different coloured steam and distinct smell. Several village children help with simple tasks, stirring pots, sorting materials, carrying water. Unlike the main tanning work, this seems to be a process villagers are eager to assist with. Master Wulfric sent me, you explain, approaching Goodwife Marta, to learn about friction glaze. My father's boots are leaking. She looks you up and down, then nods. Wulfric's new apprentice heard about you. She wipes her hands on her apron. Boots are easy enough. We'll do them last after you've learned the process. She gestures to the bubbling pots. Friction glaze is all about the right ingredients and proper application. Nothing else works as well for keeping water out while letting sweat escape. She taps the largest pot. This is the base, pine resin collected last spring when the sap runs strongest. Rendered animal fat from last month's slaughtering, beeswax from the summer hives. The mixture in the pot has a golden amber colour and gives off a rich woody scent. Different items need different mixtures, she continues, moving to the second pot. This one's for fishing nets and ropes, more resin, less wax, with crushed charcoal added to fight rot in water. The second mixture is darker, almost black. The third pot contains a paler, more translucent substance, and this is for finer leathers and cloth, lighter, with more beeswax for flexibility. A village man approaches with a heavy woolen cloak draped over his arm. For the hunting trip tomorrow, he explains, handing it to Goodwife Marta. Needs fresh treatment. Perfect timing, she tells you. You can learn on Oswald's cloak. She turns to the man. Come back before sundown. It should be ready by then. After he leaves, Goodwife Marta spreads the cloak on a large wooden table. Though clean, the wool shows signs of wear, with thin spots at the shoulders and elbows. First, we check for repairs needed, she explains, carefully examining the garment. Finding a small tear near the hem, she quickly stitches it with waxed thread. Always repair before waterproofing, otherwise the water finds the weakness. With the cloak prepared, she moves to the first pot and uses a wooden paddle to scoop some of the amber mixture into a shallow bowl. It has cooled enough to form a thick paste. "For now," she says, scooping a generous dollop onto her palm. The secret isn't just the mixture, it's the application. She hands you a smaller amount. Rub it between your palms until you feel the heat build. You follow her instructions, working the waxy substance between your hands. Initially stiff and resistant, it gradually softens as the friction warms it. "Feel that?" she asks. The heat is essential. It opens the fibres, allows the mixture to penetrate rather than just coat the surface. Once the paste has warmed sufficiently, she begins applying it to the cloak with vigorous circular motions. The pressure of her hands is substantial. This isn't gentle treatment, but forceful working of the material. Many people make the mistake of just smearing it on top, she explains, her strong arms never ceasing their motion. That creates a coating that cracks and peels, useless after a few rains. The mixture must become part of the material itself. She guides you to help, showing you how to apply proper pressure, how to work systematically across the fabric. It's hard labour. Within minutes your arms ache and sweat beads on your forehead despite the cool day. This is why it's called friction glaze, she says, noting your exertion. The friction does as much work as the mixture itself. For nearly an hour, you both work the water-resistant paste into every inch of the woolen cloak. Your hands develop a peculiar sensitivity. You can feel where the mixture has properly penetrated and where it hasn't. Good, Goodwife Marta nods, seeing you adjust your pressure over a particularly dense section of weave. You're learning to feel the difference. When the cloak is fully treated, she hangs it near one of the fires. Now it needs to set, not too close to the flame, just enough warmth to help it cure properly. "How long will the waterproofing last?" you ask, flexing your tired fingers. "If done properly, a full season of hard use, more with occasional reapplication to worn spots." She examines your hands. You've got good strength for the work, important for proper penetration. Throughout the day, villagers bring various items needing waterproofing: leather bags, work gloves, wool socks, even wooden tool handles that would otherwise swell and crack from moisture. Each receives specific treatment, different mixtures, different application techniques. A fishing net is dipped in the dark mixture, then worked between strong hands until every fibre is impregnated. Leatherwork gloves receive the lighter paste, applied with special attention to the seams where water might penetrate. The hunters and shepherds rely on this protection, Goodwife Marta explains as you help treat a shepherd's heavy cloak. They spend weeks exposed to rain and snow. Without proper waterproofing, they'd suffer terribly. Wet clothes in winter can kill faster than lack of food. You think about how different this is from modern rain gear. No plastic, no synthetic coatings, yet clearly effective based on the villagers' confidence in the treatment. What makes it better than just oiling leather, you ask as you work on a pair of gloves? Oil wears off quickly, becomes rancid, attracts insects and mold. She shakes her head dismissively. And it doesn't work at all for wool or linen. The friction glaze forms a bond with the material, becomes part of it rather than just sitting on top. She points to a cloak hanging to cure. And unlike oil, it lets the body's moisture escape. You won't get soaked from your own sweat trapped inside. By midday, your arms feel like lead from the constant friction work, but you've developed a rhythm to the process. Each new item presents its own challenges. Dense wool requires more pressure, thin linen needs gentler but more persistent treatment, leather needs special attention at stress points. A young woman arrives with a small wooden cradle. "For my sister's new baby," she explains. "The roof leaks near where she sleeps." Goodwife Marta selects yet another mixture, this one with a different scent, sweeter and lighter. For the baby things, she explains to you. No pine resin, which can irritate delicate skin. We use birch instead, with extra beeswax. The application process is the same. Persistent friction until the mixture penetrates the wood. This will protect the cradle from drips without bringing harsh smells to the baby's bed, Goodwife Marta explains. As the afternoon progresses, you notice how Goodwife Marta adjusts her mixtures for different purposes. Some items receive additional ingredients: crushed charcoal for items exposed to strong sunlight, certain herbs mixed in to repel insects, fine mineral powder for flexibility in extreme cold. "The forest provides everything we need," she tells you while preparing a fresh batch. Pine for general waterproofing, spruce for items that need flexibility in cold, birch for items touching skin. She points to various containers of collected resins. Each has its properties, its purpose. You help collect fresh rainwater in buckets placed outside the shed's overhang. This water, she explains, is used to test the waterproofing. The best way to know if the treatment worked, she says, taking the now cured shepherd's cloak down from its hanging place, she pours water over the wool. Instead of soaking in, the droplets bead beautifully on the surface, rolling off without leaving a trace of dampness behind. "Perfect," she nods with satisfaction. "That will keep Cedric dry even in the worst mountain storms." Late in the day, a grizzled old hunter arrives with an assortment of leather goods, a quiver, knife sheaths, and a weather-beaten hunting bag. "The eastern forests are flooded this season," he explains. "We'll be wading through swamp for days. Need the best you've got, Marta." She selects ingredients with particular care for his equipment, creating a mixture you haven't seen used yet, darker, with a greenish tint. Special blend, she tells you quietly as the hunter steps outside for a moment, with added moss extract for disguising human scent, makes him harder for animals to detect downwind. The hunter's gear receives the most thorough treatment of the day. Every stitch, every seam, every potential entry point for water gets special attention. You help with the simpler pieces, now confident enough in the technique to work somewhat independently. The difference between dry feet and wet feet can mean life or death on a winter hunt, the hunter tells you seriously as he watches you work. Few years back, a young hunter ignored Marta's advice, didn't get his boots properly treated, lost 2 toes to frostbite after they got soaked crossing a stream. Finally, late in the day, Goodwife Marta turns her attention to your father's boots. She examines them critically, noting the worn spots and cracked areas. "These needed treatment months ago," she scolds mildly, "but we can still save them." She selects ingredients carefully, creating a custom mixture for the damaged leather, leaving all dirt and old, flaking waterproofing. "Now watch closely," she instructs. "You'll need to do this for your family in the future." Her technique for the boots is slightly different. She heats the mixture more before application and works it into the leather with even more vigorous friction than before. The pressure is so intense that the leather actually warms from the effort. For damaged leather, we need deeper penetration, she explains. The mixture must reach through the entire thickness to restore flexibility and waterproofing. It takes nearly an hour to properly treat both boots. By the end, your arms burn with exhaustion, but the transformation is remarkable. The once stiff, cracked leather has become supple again, with a soft sheen that sheds water instantly when tested. "They'll need a second treatment in a fortnight," Goodwife Marta says, setting the boots near the fire to cure. "But this will keep them waterproof through the worst of winter if he's careful." As the day's work winds down, villagers return to collect their treated items. Each person tests their goods with the rainwater, nodding with satisfaction as droplets roll off instead of soaking in. You notice how each treated item maintains its original properties. Wool still feels like wool, leather like leather, but with the added resistance to water. Unlike modern plastic coatings that change how a material feels, this treatment enhances without fundamentally altering. "One last thing before you go," Goodwife Marta says as you prepare to leave with your father's boots. She hands you a small clay pot with a tightly fitted lid. Inside is a portion of the waterproofing mixture for emergency repairs, she explains. "If the boots begin to leak again before spring, warm this between your hands and work it into the problem area. Not as good as a proper treatment, but it will get him through until you can bring them back." You thank her and carefully pack the precious mixture in your bag alongside the boots. "Come back when you have time," she adds. "There's more to learn about protection from the elements, different mixtures for different seasons. Spring treatments need to repel insects as well as rain. Summer treatments need to allow more cooling. Winter treatments need more flexibility in extreme cold." Walking home as the day fades, you marvel at the sophistication of what you've learned. To an outsider, it might look like simply rubbing wax onto fabric, but you now understand the precise combinations, the specific application techniques, the careful curing process that turns simple ingredients into exceptional protection. Your modern rain jacket, waiting in your closet in 2025, will eventually degrade, its synthetic waterproofing failing after a few years. But the friction glaze system you've just learned has worked reliably for centuries, using only materials found in any forest. At home, your father examines his transformed boots with amazement. "Better than when they were new," he admits, bending the now supple leather that was stiff and cracked this morning. That night, rain pounds harder against the thatch, but your thoughts aren't on leaks or dampness. Instead, you find yourself categorizing the village technologies you've learned so far, each one perfectly adapted to its purpose, each one sustainable in a way modern solutions often aren't. The consistent theme emerges again. These weren't primitive stopgaps waiting for better technology. They were sophisticated systems refined over generations to work perfectly with available materials. Not primitive at all, just perfectly adapted. Dawn breaks through thinning clouds, the rain finally spent after 3 days of steady downpour. Puddles reflect the grey-pink sky, and every surface drips with lingering moisture. Perfect timing for your father to test his newly waterproofed boots as he heads to the fields to assess flood damage. You're helping your mother hang sodden bedding to dry near the hearth when Master Wulfric appears at your door. "Good morning," he greets with unusual formality. "I've come to ask a favour." Your mother raises her eyebrows. The old keeper rarely makes personal requests. "My sister's son is ill in Oakwick," he explains. "I've prepared medicines, but I can't make the journey myself. My knees won't handle the forest paths after all this rain." He turns to you. "Would you be willing to deliver them? It's a day's journey there and back if you move quickly." Your mother looks concerned. Oakwick? With the streams likely flooding, and him going alone? "Not alone," Master Wulfric assures her. "He'll travel with Aldwyn the forester. No one knows the woods better, especially after storms. You've heard of Aldwyn. Everyone has. A solitary figure who spends more time in the forest than the village. Some call him strange, but all respect his unmatched knowledge of the wilderness. It would be good experience," Master Wulfric adds, "for his training." Your mother reluctantly agrees, and within the hour you're prepared for the journey. Sturdy boots treated with Goodwife Marta's waterproofing, a small pack with bread and cheese, and Master Wulfric's precious bundle of medicines wrapped in oiled cloth. You meet Aldwyn at the village edge. He's older than you expected, grey-bearded and weathered, with eyes so pale they're almost colourless. He carries a simple staff and wears a cloak that's patched so extensively it's impossible to tell its original colour. "The boys ready?" he asks Master Wulfric, hardly glancing at you. "He is, and willing to learn, if you're willing to teach." Aldwyn grunts non-committally. "We'll see. Rain's stopped, but the forest will be treacherous. Streams high, paths washed out, mud slides on the ridge. Which is why I asked for you," Master Wulfric says, with surprising deference. "No one else would find the way today." Something unspoken passes between the two men. Aldwyn nods once, then turns to you. "Keep up. Don't speak unless necessary. Listen when I tell you to listen." Without waiting for a response, he turns and strides toward the forest edge. You hurry after him, glancing back once to see Master Wulfric watching with an unreadable expression. The forest embraces you quickly, bare winter branches dripping overhead, undergrowth sodden and heavy. Aldwyn moves, with surprising speed for his age, following what seems to be a clear path to you, at least until it simply ends, disappearing into a tangle of shrubs. Without hesitation, Aldwyn veers left where you see no path at all, yet as you follow you realise he's tracking something invisible to your untrained eyes. An hour into the journey, you come to your first obstacle, a stream that's transformed into a rushing torrent, its banks overflowing with muddy water. The simple log bridge that normally spans it has been swept away. Aldwyn stops, staring not at the water but upstream, his head tilted slightly. His eyes close for a moment, and you realise he's listening intently. After a long moment, he opens his eyes and turns to you. "We need to head upstream. About 200 paces, there's a narrowing where we can cross." "How do you know?" you ask, seeing nothing but unbroken forest in that direction. Instead of answering, he taps his ear. Listen, not to the water here, but to how it sounds further up. You try to focus past the immediate rush of the flooded stream. At first, you hear nothing different, but then a subtle change in the water's voice, a higher pitch suggesting faster flow over a narrower channel. I hear it, you say, surprised. The sound changes. Aldwin nods. The first hint of approval you've seen. Water talks if you know how to listen. Every stream has its own voice. Every change in its course creates a different song. You follow him upstream, and sure enough, the flooded stream narrows between two rocky outcroppings, creating a spot where fallen trees have created a natural, if precarious, bridge. The forest changed in the storm, Aldwin explains as you carefully cross. Landmarks moved, paths washed away, but the sounds, those just transform. Learn to read them, and you're never truly lost. The journey continues, and you notice how often Aldwin stops to listen, head tilted, eyes sometimes closed, absorbing information you can only guess at. He never consults the position of the sun or looks for moss on trees, those navigation techniques you've heard about. Instead, he seems to navigate entirely by sound. When you stop for a brief rest and a bite of bread, your curiosity finally overcomes his instruction for silence. How do you know which way to go just by listening? Aldwin considers you for a moment, perhaps deciding if the question merits an answer. Finally, he speaks. The forest isn't silent. It's constantly telling you where you are, if you train your ears to understand. He gestures around. Every area has its sound signature. The birds of this oak grove differ from those half a mile east where the pines begin. Wind through oak leaves creates different tones than through pine needles. You listen, trying to discern what he means. Beyond the dripping water, you hear bird calls, the rustle of leaves, distant creaks of branches. Close your eyes, he instructs. Tell me what direction the nearest stream lies. You close your eyes, focusing on sound alone. The trickling of water seems to come from multiple directions after the rain. I'm not sure, you admit. Listen deeper, not to the rainwater dripping from leaves. That's everywhere. Listen for the constant flow, the sustained voice of moving water. You try again, filtering out the immediate drips and drops. After a long moment of concentration, you detect it, a steady whisper beneath the other sounds coming from your right. That way, you say, pointing. Aldwin nods. Good. About 300 paces in that direction. Small stream, flows year-round. Now, what else do you hear? You concentrate harder. Birds. 4 different calls. And what does that tell you? You hesitate, unsure. The finch you hear doesn't live in pine forest. The woodpecker works on oak and beech, not evergreens. The jay warns of open ground nearby. He taps his staff on the earth. Bird sounds tell you what trees surround you, even in fog or darkness when you can't see them. The lesson continues as you resume walking. Aldwin points out how the sound of your footsteps changes based on the soil, hollow on pine needle beds, solid on clay, damp and muffled on leaf litter, each sound signature telling you what you're walking on without needing to look down. In fog or darkness, he explains, this knowledge means survival. Many travelers have walked in circles because they trusted only their eyes, which easily deceive. You come to a place where the path splits. Without hesitation, Aldwin takes the right fork. When you ask how he chose, his answer surprises you. Listen to the bird sounds ahead on each path. The left fork leads toward a hawk's territory. Smaller birds are silent there. The right path has chattering finches, meaning no predators nearby. As the day progresses, you begin to notice sounds you'd previously ignored, the difference between wind in various types of trees, how sound carries differently up and downhill, how moving water at various distances creates distinct acoustic layers in the forest. Midday brings another challenge. Dense fog suddenly rolling in, reducing visibility to mere feet ahead. While you feel a spike of anxiety, Aldwin seems completely untroubled. "Now we truly use our ears," he says, almost pleased at the development. "Watch this." He cups his hands around his mouth and makes a sharp calling sound. The noise echoes through the fog, bouncing back from unseen obstacles. He listens intently to the returning echoes, then nods. Open ground 30 paces ahead. Then forest again. We're on the right path. "You can tell that just from an echo?" you ask, amazed. "Or sound reveals what eyes cannot. The echo pattern tells me there's a clearing ahead, then trees again. The quality of the echo reveals distance and density. He teaches you to make your own calls, different sounds for different purposes. A sharp clap works best for detecting nearby objects. A sustained call reveals more distant features. He even shows you how to strike your walking stick against a tree trunk to create a particular resonance that carries well through fog. You practice as you walk, creating sounds and listening to their return. Gradually, impossibly, you begin to develop a rudimentary sound map of your surroundings, even with limited visibility. Merchants and pilgrims who travelled regularly developed this skill out of necessity, Aldwin explains. They created mental sound maps of their routes, how different regions should sound in different seasons. The birds of summer create different soundscapes than those of winter. The wind voice changes with the density of leaves on trees. You think about how different this is from modern navigation with GPS and maps, technologies that fail when batteries die or visibility drops. Sound navigation works in darkness, fog, even with eyes closed. Late afternoon brings an unexpected revelation. Aldwin stops abruptly, head tilted in that now familiar listening pose. After a moment, he changes direction, leading you up a gentle slope you wouldn't have chosen. "There's water ahead that wasn't there before the storm," he explains. "A new stream formed from the rains. We need to adjust our route." "How can you possibly hear a stream that small from this distance?" you ask incredulously. "Water has a voice that carries further than most sounds," he explains, "especially moving water. The human ear, properly trained, can detect streams from over a mile away in quiet conditions. The specific frequencies travel through forest or field with minimal degradation. You concentrate but can hear nothing beyond the immediate forest sounds." "You'll develop the skill with practice," he assures you. Some travellers could even estimate the size of a water source by its acoustic signature, vital knowledge when searching for safe drinking water. As you crest the hill, you see he was right. A new stream has formed in what was likely a dry gully before the storms, cutting directly across the path you would have taken. His hearing alone detected it long before visual confirmation was possible. A startling moment comes when Aldwin suddenly pulls you back just as you're about to cross what appears to be solid ground. "Listen," he commands. You hear nothing unusual at first, then detect a subtle difference in how sound resonates from the earth ahead. "Bog," Aldwin confirms. "The ground's saturated. Step there and you'll sink to your knees, maybe deeper." He strikes his staff against the ground, listening to the subtle differences in how the sound resonates through solid versus waterlogged earth. Following this acoustic guide, he leads you safely around the hazard. Most impressive of all is when he predicts a brief rain shower nearly an hour before the first drops fall. Weather speaks before it arrives, he explains. Certain bird calls change, insect sounds shift, the way distant noises carry warns of approaching weather fronts. You focus on the forest sounds, trying to detect what he hears. There's a subtle change in the acoustic environment, a dampening of certain tones, a clarity to others. When the rain indeed arrives as predicted, you understand it wasn't mystical foresight, but empirical knowledge based on careful observation. Hunters and shepherds developed this skill to find shelter before storms hit, Aldwin explains, as you wait out the brief shower under a dense pine. Critical knowledge when exposed on mountainsides or open fields. By late afternoon, you reach Oakwick. The small settlement appears through thinning trees, smoke rising from chimneys in the grey daylight. You deliver Master Wulfric's medicines to his grateful sister, whose son indeed looks terribly ill with fever. "Will you stay the night?" she offers. "It's late to start back." "We have enough daylight," Aldwin answers before you can speak. "Better to return while the rain holds off." He glances at the sky in a way that makes you suspect he hears something about approaching weather that you don't yet perceive. The return journey feels different. Though the same distance, you travel faster, more confidently. You find yourself listening in a new way, not just hearing sounds, but interpreting them, creating a mental map of your surroundings through your ears rather than eyes alone. When darkness falls before you reach the village, Aldwin seems entirely untroubled. While your vision becomes increasingly useless, his navigation remains sure, guided by the acoustic landscape. This is when sound truly becomes your primary sense, he explains as you walk through growing darkness. Medieval travellers often journeyed at night when necessary, using sound to avoid hazards and stay on path. You notice how he periodically creates noise, clapping, singing, striking wood against wood to read the returning echoes. The information gathered prevents walking in circles or heading toward dangerous terrain. In your world, he says unexpectedly, people have forgotten how to listen. They walk with artificial sounds pumped directly into their ears, blocking the very information that would guide them naturally. You're startled by the reference to modern habits. It breaks the historical immersion you've been experiencing, but before you can question it, he continues. The human ear can distinguish over 1,500 different sound variations, a capability largely abandoned in your visual-dominant modern world. For today's hikers dependent on electronic navigation that can fail, this medieval technique offers a navigation system that works in darkness, fog, or when batteries die. There's something odd about his phrasing, almost as if he's quoting something, but the wisdom is undeniable. As the village lights finally appear through the trees, Aldwin stops for a final lesson. Sound navigation wasn't primitive, he says quietly. It was a sophisticated use of a sense we've allowed to atrophy precisely when we might need it most. Master Wulfric is waiting at his hut, seemingly unsurprised by your late return. Did he learn? He asks Aldwin. He listened, the forester responds cryptically. Time will tell if he heard. That night, lying in bed, you find yourself listening to your home in a new way. The subtle creaks of the wooden structure cooling in the night air, the different tones of family members breathing in sleep, the way sounds from outside filter through thatch differently than through the wooden walls. A world of information you've always had access to but never truly heard. Your modern headphones wait for you in 2025, ready to block out the acoustic environment completely. But now you wonder what vital information they might be silencing. Natural warnings, direction finding, weather prediction, all available through a sense we've allowed to diminish. Not primitive knowledge at all, just a different way of knowing. Morning comes with stiff muscles and lingering tiredness from yesterday's journey. You rise slowly, legs aching from miles of forest paths. Your mind, however, feels strangely alert, cataloguing the sounds of early morning in a way you never noticed before. The gentle pat of your mother's hands kneading bread dough, the specific creak of your father's footsteps on the packed earth floor, the subtle differences in how the wind sounds through the thatch roof versus around the wooden door frame. Awareness blooms like a new sense, as if Aldwin's teachings awakened something dormant within you. You've been summoned to the village circle tonight, your father mentions casually over breakfast. The remembering begins at sunset. The remembering, you ask, unfamiliar with the term. Your parents exchange glances. We should have told him sooner, your mother murmurs. Told me what? Your father sets down his wooden spoon. It happens every winter solstice. The village gathers to maintain the memory chains. His explanation tells you nothing, but something in his tone suggests importance beyond ordinary village gatherings. Master Wulfric will explain, he adds. He sent word that you should join him at midday. He says it's time you understood the final system. The final system. The phrase stirs both curiosity and a strange sense of culmination. You've learned about fire preservation, living hedges, smoke chambers, clay vessels, waterproofing, and sound navigation. What remains? Master Wulfric isn't at his hilltop hut when you arrive. Instead, you find a simple note. Meet at the Elder Oak, midday. The Elder Oak stands at the village centre, ancient and massive. Generations have gathered beneath its spreading branches for announcements, celebrations, and judgments. When you arrive, Master Wulfric sits on a bench beneath it, talking quietly with several of the village elders. Mistress Edith of the Hedge Weavers is there. So is Goodwife Aylwood from the Smoking Barn, Mistress Hildegard the Clay Worker, Goodwife Marta of the Waterproofing. Even Aldwin the Forester has emerged from his woodland solitude for this gathering. Ah, the apprentice arrives, Master Wulfric says, gesturing you forward. Sit. Today you learn what binds all other knowledge together. You take a seat on the cold ground, aware of the scrutiny from these keepers of village wisdom. Something solemn hangs in the air, a seriousness you haven't felt in your previous lessons. What do all the systems you've learned have in common? Master Wulfric asks without preamble. You consider carefully. They're all methods of survival. Yes, but deeper. What allows them to exist at all? You think about the fire bundles, the living hedges, the smoke preservation, the clay vessels, the waterproofing techniques, the sound navigation, each sophisticated, each refined over generations. Knowledge, you venture, specific knowledge passed down over time. Master Wulfric nods, satisfied, and therein lies the most critical system of all. Before books were common, before most could read or write, how was such complex knowledge preserved? How did we ensure that critical information survived generation after generation? The question hangs in the air. You've never really considered it before. Tonight, he continues, you'll witness the most sophisticated medieval information technology, the Human Memory Network, a system for preserving vital knowledge without a single page or screen. Throughout the afternoon, the elders take turns explaining the framework of what you'll witness tonight. Their usual practical demeanour has shifted to something more reverent, more ceremonial. All the systems you've learned, Mistress Edith explains, depend on precise knowledge, exactly how deep to cut a hedge stem, exactly which wood creates which type of smoke, exactly how much pressure to apply in waterproofing. If this knowledge is lost, the physical skills become useless. But writing is vulnerable, adds Goodwife Aylward. Books burn, parchment rots, ink fades, and most critical of all, few can read them. So our ancestors developed something more resilient, continues Master Wulfric. They created a living knowledge system using the most reliable storage medium available, distributed human memory. The concept is difficult to grasp at first, Master Wulfric elaborates. Critical survival knowledge wasn't entrusted to a single elder or expert. It was deliberately spread across the community through specialized memory techniques. He gestures to the gathered knowledge keepers. Each of us holds pieces of the whole. Mistress Edith knows which plants to use in each section of hedge and why. I know the precise preparation of fire bundles for different purposes. Goodwife Marta knows the exact proportions for waterproofing different materials. But what if someone dies unexpectedly, you ask? Wouldn't their knowledge die with them? Master Wulfric smiles. That's why we have the knowledge chain. Every critical piece of information is known by at least 3 people from different families, different ages. No single death, or even several, can break the chain completely. And tonight, adds Mistress Hildegard, we renew those chains, strengthen them, pass knowledge to new keepers when needed. As afternoon slides toward evening, villagers begin gathering in the central square. Children run about excitedly, unlike during normal village meetings where they're typically excluded. In fact, you notice children seem central to the preparation. They arrange benches in a specific pattern, place torches in precise locations. The physical arrangement matters, explains Master Wulfric, seeing your curiosity. The layout itself contains memory cues, where people sit, the pattern of torches, all designed to trigger specific memories. Mistress Edith adds, your ancestors understood that knowledge isn't just in the mind, it's in the body, in movement, in physical space. By recreating the same conditions each year, we strengthen the memory pathways. As twilight deepens, the gathering takes on a festival atmosphere. Food is shared, a barrel of special ale is tapped, brewed specifically for this occasion, you're told, with herbs that sharpen memory and loosen tongues. When full darkness falls, Master Wulfric stands before the assembled village. Conversation's quiet, and anticipation fills the air. The remembering begins, he announces, as it has since our grandparents' gathered here beneath this same oak. What follows both surprises and mesmerizes you. The first performance comes from an unlikely source. 3 children no more than 8 years old. They step forward and begin a singing game, moving in a circle while clapping a complex rhythm. The song's lyrics initially seem like nonsense, until you listen closer and realize they're actually listing every edible plant in the forest, in order of spring appearance. First comes nettle, bright and stinging, pick with gloves when birds are singing. Dandelion next appears, eat the root to calm your fears. The song continues, covering dozens of plants with specific details about identification, preparation, and medicinal properties, all encoded in a children's rhyming game. The children learn it as play, whispers Master Wulfric, but encoded within is knowledge that could prevent starvation if crops fail. Next comes a group of young women who perform a weaving dance, their movements mimicking the process of creating cloth. As they dance, they sing instructions in precise detail, which plants yield fibre, when to harvest them, how to process each type, which weaves suit, which purposes. The dance and song together form a complete technical manual, memorized through movement and melody. An elderly couple performs a call and response chant about weather prediction, cloud patterns, bird behaviors, wind changes that foretell specific weather events. The rhythmic nature makes any error immediately obvious, ensuring accurate transmission. Swallows high, clear sky remains. Swallows low, prepare for rains. Oak leaves south, the drought will come. Oak leaves north, get building done. The pattern continues for hours. Different groups perform different knowledge pieces: hunting techniques, childcare wisdom, construction methods, disease treatments. Some are solemn recitations, others lively performances. Some involve the entire village, others just specific family lines. Notice how certain knowledge belongs to certain families, Master Wulfric points out. The smithing knowledge passes through the blacksmith's line, the midwife's wisdom through maternal lines. Other knowledge, like edible plants, weather signs, belongs to everyone. You begin to understand the sophistication of the system. It isn't random oral tradition, but a carefully designed information technology using rhythm, rhyme, melody, movement, and social structure to preserve and transmit critical knowledge. The system has built-in error correction, explains Mistress Hildegard during a brief pause between performances. If someone makes a mistake in the recitation, the rhythm or rhyme immediately sounds wrong. Others can correct it before the error becomes permanent. Midway through the evening comes something you recognize, a song about fire preservation. The lyrics detail every step of creating fire bundles, maintaining embers, transferring flame. You realize it's exactly what Master Wulfric taught you, but encoded in a form that makes it nearly impossible to forget. Tomorrow, you'd remember perhaps half of what I taught you about firekeeping, Master Wulfric says. But if I taught you that song instead, you'd remember nearly all of it, even years later. As the night progresses, you notice how certain physical objects are incorporated into the performances. A particular carved stick passes from hand to hand during the farming knowledge recitations. A special coloured stone circulates during the hunting songs. Memory anchors, explains Goodwife Aylward. The object itself triggers the associated knowledge. Some hunters can recall entire migration patterns just by handling their specific memory stone. Most fascinating is how the entire village landscape itself serves as a memory palace. During one recitation about boundaries and land rights, the performers point to specific trees, rocks, and streams, some visible from the gathering, others only in shared mental imagery. The location of certain markers triggers specific memories, Master Wulfric explains. The ancient oak reminds us of the founding story. The bent willow by the stream marks the boundary with the next village. The landscape literally contains our knowledge. Children participate throughout the night, sometimes leading, sometimes following, but always included. Now you understand why. They're being systematically incorporated into the knowledge network through games that embed critical information. A simple counting rhyme might actually teach which mushrooms are safe to eat, Mistress Edith tells you. A jumping game preserves the proper sequence for a complex task like tanning leather or preserving grain. Near midnight comes what Master Wulfric calls the redundancy check. Different groups recite overlapping knowledge in different forms. The same crucial survival information about treating winter fever appears in a somber chant from the elders, a lively song from young adults, and a clapping game from children. The most vital knowledge is stored in multiple forms, he explains. A song, a story, a physical arrangement, a game, ensuring that even if one transmission method fails, others preserve the knowledge. You watch, transfixed, as the village performs its living library. This isn't simple storytelling around a fire. It's a human-centered information technology more resilient than any book or digital storage. Books burn, Master Wulfric says softly as the night winds down. Servers fail, but distributed knowledge spread across dozens of minds can survive almost anything. Plague, war, famine, even deliberate suppression. The official remembering concludes near dawn, though smaller groups continue recitations and performances as they drift homeward. Master Wulfric gestures for you to remain as others leave. Tonight you witnessed, but next year you'll participate, he tells you solemnly. As my apprentice, you'll become part of the knowledge chain for fire preservation. 3 others already hold that knowledge. You'll be the 4th, providing additional security. The responsibility feels weighty but right. You think of your smartphone waiting in 2025 with its fragile glass screen and battery that dies without constant charging, all its stored knowledge useless without electricity, without the complex infrastructure that supports it. Compare that to what you've just witnessed, a resilient, distributed knowledge network requiring no technology beyond the human mind and body, designed to survive almost any catastrophe. What happens if the Lord or Church forbids these gatherings? You ask suddenly, realizing the political vulnerability. Master Wulfric smiles. Another layer of the system's brilliance. The same knowledge exists in multiple forms. If formal gatherings are banned, the children's games continue, preserving the core information. If songs are forbidden, physical memory anchors remain. The system adapts to persecution by hiding in plain sight, in lullabies, in games, in everyday activities that no authority thinks to ban. You walk home as dawn breaks, exhausted but mind-buzzing. Modern education suddenly seems strangely inefficient, focusing on writing and reading rather than these powerful memory techniques that kept knowledge alive for centuries without a single page. Your parents are still awake waiting by the fire. You've seen the remembering, your father says. It's not a question. I never knew, you admit, all these years, and I never realized what was happening in those songs, those games. Your mother smiles. That's partly the point. The knowledge hides in joy, in community. Precious things worth knowing are worth making beautiful. You think about modern survival preppers stockpiling books that might never be read. How different from this approach, storing critical knowledge where it's most useful, in human minds, ready to apply at a moment's notice. That night, drifting towards sleep despite the morning sun, you reflect on everything you've learned. Fire preservation, living hedges, smoke chambers, clay technologies, waterproofing, sound navigation, each sophisticated in its own right. But the memory network that preserved them, that was the ultimate resilient information system. Not primitive at all, perhaps the most advanced technology of all, just not in a form we modern people recognize as technology. Medieval knowledge networks weren't simple oral traditions. They were the original cloud storage, distributed, redundant, and remarkably resilient. Days pass in a blur after the remembering. Winter tightens its grip on the village, bringing short days and long nights. The knowledge you've gained over these past weeks shifts from abstract learning to daily necessity as the harshest season takes hold. You rise before dawn, carefully transferring an ember from your fire bundle to kindle the morning fire. The technique Master Wulfric taught you now feels as natural as breathing. No more struggling with flint and steel in the freezing darkness. No more wasted time or precious tinder. Just reliable flame exactly when needed. Your father's boots, treated with Goodwife Marta's waterproofing, keep his feet dry despite the snow and slush. When a small crack appears in the right heel, you confidently warm a small amount of the mixture she gave you between your palms, working it into the leather with the friction technique she taught. The repair holds perfectly against the winter wet. Food stores remain fresh longer than in previous years now that your family understands the principles of smoke preservation. The techniques Goodwife Aylward demonstrated have become part of your household's practice. Even the humble herbs hanging from your ceiling rafters last longer, preserve better, having been properly smoke-cured. Your mother uses one of Mistress Hildegard's cooling emporas to keep milk fresh an extra day. No small thing when winter limits the cow's production. At night, clay heat batteries warm your sleeping area, reducing the need for constant fire maintenance. When your young cousin falls ill with winter fever, you recognize the specific birch bark treatment needed. Knowledge from the children's singing game at the Remembering. The information was there all along, you realize, hidden in play, in songs, in community ritual. One particularly bitter morning, Master Wulfric finds you helping repair a section of the living hedge damaged by heavy snow. Your training continues well, he observes, watching you carefully bend a young hawthorn to the horizontal position Mistress Edith taught you. You're becoming a keeper of systems. I still have much to learn, you admit, securing the bent stem with practiced movements. Always, he agrees. But you understand the principle now, how all these systems work together rather than separately. You pause in your work, considering his words. He's right. The past weeks have revealed not just individual survival techniques, but their interconnections, how each supports and enhances the others. The living hedge provides materials for baskets that store smoke-preserved foods. The hedge also shelters certain birds that control insects that would otherwise damage grain. That same grain, properly stored in clay preservation vessels, feeds the village through winter, providing strength for hedge maintenance and waterproofing work. Nothing stands alone. Everything connects. Come, Master Wulfric says, interrupting your thoughts. There's someone you should meet. He leads you away from the village, following a path you've never taken before. The frozen landscape glitters under weak winter sunlight as you climb a gentle slope toward what appears to be a small, well-maintained hut set apart from other dwellings. Who lives here, Yui? The Memory Keeper, Master Wulfric answers with unexpected reverence. Our eldest, our wisest. She rarely joins village gatherings anymore. Her strength is preserved for more important work. You approach the solitary dwelling with growing curiosity. Smoke rises from its chimney, and the path to its door is freshly cleared of snow despite its isolated location. Master Wulfric knocks gently. The door opens to reveal a woman so ancient her face resembles weathered parchment etched with countless lines of experience. Despite her apparent age, her eyes remain sharp, taking your measure with a single glance. "This is the new apprentice?" she asks, voice surprisingly strong. "He is," Master Wulfric confirms. "He's learned the 7 systems." She nods once, then steps aside. "Come in, then. The cold does my old bones no favours." The interior of her hut strikes you immediately as different from other village dwellings. Every wall holds shelves lined with objects, stones of unusual shapes, bundles of herbs tied with coloured thread, small carved figures, clay tokens painted with symbols. A large loom dominates one corner, weaving patterns more complex than any you've seen before. The old woman settles into a chair near the fire, gesturing for you both to sit. "So," she says without preamble, "you've learned about fire-keeping, living barriers, smoke preservation, clay vessels, waterproofing, sound navigation, and memory networks." "Yes, mistress," you answer, surprised at her directness. "But do you understand what truly made them work?" she asks, studying your face. You hesitate, uncertain what answer she seeks. Integration, she says before you can respond. These weren't separate skills. They were one seamless approach to life. Nothing wasted. Everything with multiple purposes. Systems working together rather than in isolation. She reaches for a wooden cup, sipping what smells like herbal tea before continuing. Today you have... what do they call them? She glances at Master Wulfric. Specialists, he supplies. Yes, specialists. She says the word as if it tastes strange. One person knows only farming, another only building, another only healing, knowledge broken into tiny fragments, each person holding just one piece. You think about modern society, where indeed most people specialize deeply in narrow fields. How different from what you've witnessed here, where knowledge boundaries blur and overlap. Our ancestors couldn't afford such luxury, she continues. The farmer needed to be part healer, part builder, part preserver. The hunter needed to understand plants as well as animals. Everyone needed to grasp how one system affected another. Master Wulfric nods in agreement. The modern world calls this primitive. We call it wholeness. Show me what you've learned, the old woman says suddenly, fixing you with her penetrating gaze. Not just the techniques, but the connections between them. Put on the spot, you gather your thoughts. The fire bundle system preserves flame for the smoker, which preserves food for the village, which provides strength for maintaining the living hedge, which provides materials and protection. You continue tracing connections between the systems, how clay vessels store what smoke preserves, how waterproofing protects what the other systems create, how sound navigation ensures safe passage between communities, allowing knowledge exchange. The memory keeper listens intently, nodding occasionally. When you finish, she seems satisfied. You begin to see, she says, not 7 separate systems, but one integrated approach to life. She rises with surprising agility for her age, moving to a large wooden chest near her bed. From it she removes a small leather-bound book, a startlingly incongruous object in this world of oral tradition. "Can you read?" she asks. You nod, somewhat surprised by the question. "Good. Few can." She hands you the book. This contains diagrams, recipes, measurements for all the systems you've learned, written by my grandmother's grandmother and added to by each generation. You accept the book with reverence, understanding its value in a world where written records are rare. "Why show me this?" you ask. "I thought the memory networks preserved knowledge without writing." She smiles slightly. "Redundancy, child. The same knowledge exists in multiple forms. The memory network is primary. It lives, it adapts, it cannot be destroyed by a single fire or flood. But this," she taps the book, "provides precision when needed. Exact measurements, specific proportions." Master Wulfric adds, "The two approaches complement each other. Memory for resilience, writing for precision." You carefully open the ancient book. Inside, delicate drawings illustrate hedge-laying techniques, fire bundle construction, clay vessel designs. Marginalia, notes, refinements added over generations. This contains the collective wisdom of 15 generations, the memory keeper says quietly. Not just how to do things, but why they work, the principles behind the practices. You realize you're holding something beyond value, a medieval technical manual preserving knowledge that modern society has largely forgotten. You may study it here, under my guidance, she continues, not to memorize by rote, but to understand the thinking of those who develop these systems. The rest of the day passes in quiet study. The memory keeper explains diagrams, answers questions, connects techniques to principles. Master Wulfric occasionally adds insights from his own experience. The winter sun traces its short arc and begins to set while you absorb knowledge both ancient and startlingly relevant. As twilight approaches, the memory keeper closes the book and returns it carefully to its chest. "You asked earlier why I showed you this," she says, settling again by the fire. "The answer is simple. Someone must remember." Her gaze fixes on the flames. "A time may come when these systems are forgotten, when people believe there is only one way to live, dependent on mechanisms they don't understand and can't repair." You think about your own modern world, so technologically advanced, yet so vulnerable to disruption. How many people know how to preserve food without refrigeration, how to find direction without GPS, how to waterproof without synthetic chemicals? Our ancestors weren't just surviving despite their limitations, the memory keeper says, echoing your thoughts. In many ways, they were thriving because of them. Her words strike you deeply. The constraints of medieval life forced innovation within natural boundaries, working with materials at hand, developing systems that could be maintained locally, creating technologies that lasted generations rather than years. The most powerful medieval survival technique wasn't any specific skill, Master Wulfric adds. It was their integrated approach to life. As darkness falls completely, you make preparations to leave. The memory keeper rises once more, this time retrieving a small object from among her collected treasures, a polished stone pendant on a simple leather cord. "For the new keeper," she says, placing it in your hand. "A memory anchor. When you touch it, remember what you've learned, not just the methods, but the mindset." You slip the cord over your head, feeling the smooth stone warm against your skin. Something about its weight feels significant, as if you're accepting a tradition extending back through countless generations. Walking home through the winter night, Master Wulfric is unusually talkative. Each generation thinks itself the pinnacle of progress, he muses. Each believes previous generations were primitive, simple-minded. It's a conceit as old as humanity itself. The stars overhead seem especially bright against the black winter sky, the same stars your ancestors navigated by, told stories about, used to time their planting and harvesting. The greatest survival lesson, Master Wulfric continues, is humility, the willingness to learn from those we've been taught to view as primitive. At home, your family has already retired for the night. You kindle a small flame from your fire bundle, lighting a rush dip to navigate the dark interior. The humble light casts moving shadows across the familiar space, a space that somehow looks different now that you understand the systems that maintain it. Your sleeping area waits, a clay heat battery already warming the blankets, your mother's thoughtfulness. As you settle in, the pendant rests against your chest, a physical reminder of your journey through medieval knowledge. Sleep comes gently, carrying you through the boundary between your medieval experience and modern reality. The pendant seems to fade away, but the knowledge, that remains. Back in your comfortable modern bed, you find yourself thinking differently about the systems that support your daily life. The electric light you switch off without thought, the central heating that maintains perfect temperature without effort, the refrigerator humming in the kitchen, the smartphone charging on your nightstand. Convenience, certainly, but also dependence, vulnerability. If those systems failed, how many people know the alternatives? How many could create fire without matches or lighters? How many could preserve food without refrigeration? How many could navigate without GPS or even paper maps? The medieval villagers you've come to know would view our modern world with awe, certainly, but perhaps also with concern at how completely we've outsourced basic survival skills to systems we neither understand nor can repair. Their village wasn't just surviving despite limitations. In many ways, it was thriving because of them. Constraints forced innovation, cooperation, and a deep understanding of natural processes that many of us have lost. The most sophisticated aspect of medieval survival wasn't any particular technique. Impressive as each one was, it was the integrated approach to life where nothing was wasted, where everything had multiple purposes, where systems worked in harmony rather than isolation. This wasn't primitive thinking, it was systems thinking at its most sophisticated. So perhaps the question isn't whether these medieval techniques still work. They do. The question is whether we're humble enough to learn from those we've been taught to view as primitive. Because in a world of increasing uncertainty, climate change, energy concerns, supply chain fragility, the most dangerous thing might be our modern arrogance, the belief that we've outgrown the wisdom of those who thrived without any of the systems we now depend on. As you drift towards sleep in your comfortable modern bed, the boundary between past and present blurs. The knowledge you've gained feels like a bridge between worlds, ancient wisdom with startling relevance for contemporary challenges. The fire bundle's elegant simplicity, the living hedge's multifunctional design, the smoke preservation's chemistry, the clay vessel's thermal engineering, the waterproofing's material science, the sound navigation's sensory awareness, the memory network's information technology, none were primitive. All were sophisticated adaptations to their time and place. All worked with natural materials and processes rather than against them. All could be created, maintained, and passed down without complex global supply chains or rare materials. Medieval people weren't just surviving despite their limitations. In many ways, they were thriving because of them, and that might be the most important survival lesson of all. Manhattan in the 1860s was America's most dangerous hellhole, where murder, robbery, and corruption ruled the streets and bribery bought the police. To expose this criminal underworld, a fearless investigative journalist disguised himself as a beggar and walked straight into the darkness. His name was Arthur Pember, and this is what life was really like in the deadly slums of New York. Before we start, likes and subscribes help me keep making these. Where are you listening from? Drop your city and time in the comments. I'm always reading them thinking, wait, people in New Zealand listen to history stories to sleep? Okay, tonight it's 1860s New York. But hold on, get cozy first. Like, actually cozy. Pillows good? Blanket situation handled? Perfect. Trust me on this one. Your eyes open to darkness, not the comfortable darkness of your bedroom right now, but the suffocating black of a windowless room in Water Street, New York. The year is 1868, and you've just woken up on what can barely be called a bed, a dirty husk mattress thrown onto bare wooden boards that creak with every slight movement. The smell hits you immediately. Human waste, stale alcohol, and something else. Something rotten you can't quite place. The building around you is what locals call a tenant house, though human storage would be more accurate. You're sharing this one room with an entire family. Mom, dad, 3 kids, all piled on top of each other for warmth because there's no heat. The wall separating you from the next family might as well be paper. You can hear them fighting again. The man's drunk again. The woman's crying again. The baby hasn't stopped wailing for 2 hours. Unlike your comfortable bed right now, where you can stretch out and adjust your blanket just so, here your body aches from lying on what feels like a pile of sticks covered by a thin layer of fabric. Every movement brings a new pain, a spring, a broken board, a mysterious wet spot. "Get up!" hisses a voice beside you. "We need to be gone before the landlord comes." You're not actually living here. No, you're Arthur Pember, Oxford-educated Englishman turned investigative journalist, and you're in disguise. Today, you're a homeless beggar, your clothes deliberately tattered, face smudged with dirt, hair wild. Tomorrow, perhaps you'll be a drunken sailor or a lost businessman, whatever gets you the story. I spent months researching Arthur Pember's accounts. This guy literally invented undercover journalism in America. Imagine giving up a cushy life to sleep in these hellholes just to expose corruption. Like, who does that? "Come on," your guide whispers again. He's a former pickpocket you've paid to show you around. Water Street wakes up early, and trust me, you don't want to be noticed asking questions. You follow him down a narrow hallway where the floorboards bend beneath your weight. The stairs creak so loudly you're sure everyone in the building can hear you leaving. Outside, the morning air isn't the fresh relief you'd expect. It's thick with coal smoke and the stench from overflowing gutters. Welcome to the 4th Ward of New York City, the most dangerous neighborhood in America. Hold up. Let me paint you a picture. Water Street isn't just bad, it's nightmare territory. Picture the worst place you've been, then make it 10 times worse. The buildings are practically falling down, packed with up to 70 families in a single structure. Streets flowing with raw sewage. Disease is basically your roommate, and this is where Arthur Pember chose to go undercover. Pember wasn't always slumming it in New York's underbelly. The dude helped found the Football Association, like actual soccer, in England in 1863. He was its first president. Then he just decided to move to America and become an investigative journalist. Talk about a career change. You know what's wild? When I was digging through his original accounts, I found out he'd assume these elaborate disguises. He'd go from looking like a proper Victorian gentleman to a street beggar, complete with fake wounds and practiced accents. The original method actor. As you walk, your guide points out landmarks of misery. See that place? Tommy Haddon's. He's what they call a crimp, specialises in Shanghai, gets sailors drunk, drugs them, then sells them to ship captains needing crew. By the time the poor bastards wake up, they're halfway to China. You pass a woman slumped against a lamppost. Her bonnet's fallen down her back, her dress is splattered with mud, and she's singing a mangled version of an old French ballad to no one in particular. She captioned, "Wishy whiskers, core is shy, glancio, me poor captain." She slurs, one arm wrapped around the post for support, the other conducting an invisible orchestra. Your guide doesn't even slow down. "That's just Tuesday morning around here," he mutters. The gaslights cast eerie shadows as the morning fog hasn't fully lifted. Through it you see figures moving, some heading to work at the docks, others just ending their night of crime or vice. And speaking of crime, you're witnessing stuff that shouldn't exist in a supposedly civilized country. There are bucket shops where people can buy a tumbler of something pretending to be whiskey for 5 cents, liquid that's basically poison but gets you drunk fast. There are houses where men fight each other bloody while crowds bet on who'll die first. There are buildings where women are essentially enslaved. I mean, technically, prostitution is illegal, your guide explains with a shrug, but the cops get paid to look the other way. Everyone's on the take here. Suddenly, screams pierce the morning quiet. Your guide grabs your arm and pulls you into an alley. "Street fight," he whispers. "Don't get involved." but you're here to document exactly this, so you peer around the corner. The scene is pure chaos. Sailors, labourers, women, all tangled in a violent mass of kicking, punching and biting. Someone's wielding what looks like a cooking ladle as a weapon. Blood splashes on the cobblestones. Look, I've read police reports from this period and they're genuinely horrifying. This wasn't just shoving and name-calling. People died in these street fights regularly and no one really cared. 2 police officers are in the middle of it, using their clubs freely but making little difference. Then, in a move that turns your stomach, one woman gets a man's head in what your guide calls chancery, a position where she can smash his face repeatedly while another woman is pulling her hair out by the roots. You've seen bar fights back home in England. This isn't that. This is something feral, something desperate. Wait, what about the police? You ask your guide, watching the outnumbered officers getting attacked by the very people they were trying to control. Your guide laughs. Welcome to Water Street. Even the cops don't come here unless they have to. As more police arrive and the fighters are rounded up, you and your guide continue on. The sun is finally breaking through, but it does little to make Water Street look better. In fact, the light only reveals more dirt, more decay, more desperation. Where to first? Your guide asks. Tommy Haddon's, you reply. I want to see this Shanghai operation for myself. Your guide looks at you like you've lost your mind. Are you serious? That's basically asking to wake up on a ship to Australia. I need to see it, you insist. I'm careful. Your guide shrugs. Your funeral. As you approach Haddon's establishment, you rehearse your cover story. You're a drifter looking for work, not too bright, perfect Shanghai material. The building itself looks almost respectable from the outside, a calculated facade. Inside, the air is thick with tobacco smoke and the sour smell of spilled beer. Despite the early hour, the place is busy. Sailors drinking away their pay, locals nursing cheap beers, and Haddon's runners eyeing newcomers like vultures watching dying animals. Tommy Haddon himself sits at a desk in the corner, a small, sharp-faced man with restless eyes. He's doing calculations in a ledger, probably figuring out how much a human being is worth on today's market. The Shanghai process is genius in its simplicity, a museum curator in maritime history told me when I was researching this, and utterly horrific in its execution. Here's how it worked. Haddon's runners would find men who were either drunk or could easily be convinced to drink. They'd lead them to Haddon's place for one more round. That drink would be drugged. When the victim passed out, they'd be taken upstairs and kept until a ship captain came looking for crew. The captain paid Haddon. The unconscious man was carried aboard, and by the time they woke up, they were at sea with no way back. You take a seat at the bar, trying to look both vulnerable and unremarkable. The bartender, a man with forearms like hams and scars across his knuckles, eyes you suspiciously. What'll it be? He asks. Whiskey, you mutter, keeping your eyes down like someone with something to hide. The liquid he pours is amber, but you'd bet good money it's not actually whiskey. More likely watered-down rock gut with tobacco juice for colour and God knows what else for kick. You raise the glass to your lips but don't actually drink. You've heard stories about Haddon's special cocktails. A man slides onto the stool beside you, well-dressed, friendly smile, the kind of man your mother would have called too smooth by half. New in town? He asks casually, and this, right here, is how it begins. This friendly stranger is the first step toward waking up on a ship bound for China. Just got in, you reply, slurring slightly to seem vulnerable. Looking for work? He asks, his smile never reaching his eyes. Maybe. Got some prospects, you lie. I might know something, he offers. Good pay, see the world. You almost want to laugh at the transparency of it. The world, huh? You say, feigning interest. Oh, yeah, the runner says, warming to his pitch. Ever been to China? Australia, exotic places, beautiful women. Sounds expensive, you reply. First round's on me, he says, signalling the bartender. Let's talk about opportunities. And there it is. The trap is set. If you were actually a drifter, actually desperate, actually naive, you'd drink the doctored whiskey he's ordering. You'd pass out. You'd wake up at sea. You pretend to sip the new drink while the runner tells you increasingly elaborate lies about the wonderful life of a sailor. As you listen, you notice a man being carried down the stairs at the back of the room, limp, unconscious, clearly drugged. Two burly men take him out the back door, presumably to a waiting ship. The runner follows your gaze and quickly tries to distract you. So, as I was saying about the pay, "Excuse me," you mutter, standing suddenly. "Need the privy." Instead of heading to the back where the toilets would be, you make for the front door. The runner calls after you, but you're already pushing your way outside, heart pounding. Your guide is waiting across the street. "That was quick," he says. "Did you see enough?" "Saw them carrying someone out," you reply, still shaken by the casual efficiency of it all. "Yeah, that happens all day, all night too. Haddon's got a deal with half the captains in the harbour." "Where to next?" you ask, straightening your disguise. Your guide grins, revealing a gold tooth among the brown ones. "How do you feel about entertainment? Ever seen a proper Water Street dance house?" As you follow him down the street, screams erupt from somewhere ahead. Not fight screams this time. Something worse. Your guide freezes. "What the hell was that?" you ask. "Nothing good," he replies, suddenly serious. "Nothing good at all." So here's the thing about Water Street. You couldn't really prepare for it. Even if someone told you how bad it was, seeing it was different, smelling it was different, hearing a man's screams cut short in the morning light was different. "We should go another way," your guide says quickly, pulling at your sleeve. "But you're here for the story, all of it, even the parts that make your skin crawl." "No," you say firmly. "We go toward it." Your guide looks at you like you're insane. "They're going to find bits of you floating in the East River." You pull out extra money, real journalists' money, not beggar money. "Double if we check it out." He stares at the cash, then at your face. "Your funeral," he says, for the second time that morning. As you move cautiously toward the source of the screams, the busy street has gone strangely quiet. People are suddenly finding reasons to be elsewhere, heads down, walking fast. "Whatever happened," your guide whispers. "Nobody saw nothing. That's how it works here. You see something, you forget it immediately. You round the corner and immediately wish you hadn't. All right, that's a good chunk. Let me know when you're ready for the next part." The body is face down in the gutter, one arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Blood mixes with the filthy water, creating swirls of crimson that disappear down a nearby drain. People step around it, not over it, giving the corpse a wide berth as they continue their morning business. "Jesus," you whisper, "shouldn't someone do something?" Your guide looks at you like you've suggested flying to the moon. "Like what? Send for his family? Half the people here don't have families. The other half, their families don't want to know them. The police, then?" He snorts. "They'll be by eventually. Body'll go to Potter's Field if nobody claims it. Circle of life in Water Street." The casual acceptance of death here makes your skin crawl. Back in London, a dead body in the street would cause hysteria, crowds, authorities. Here, it's just Tuesday. You pull out your notebook, a risky move in your beggar disguise, and quickly jot down notes. The dead man is youngish, maybe 30. No obvious signs of who he was or how he died, besides the pool of blood beneath him suggesting a knife wound. "Put that away," your guide hisses. "You trying to get us both killed?" You pocket the notebook just as a police officer saunters up to the body. He nudges it with his boot, sighs heavily, then signals to someone down the street. Two men with a cart appear, lift the corpse unceremoniously, and toss it in the back like a sack of potatoes. "That's it?" you ask, unable to hide your shock. "No investigation, no questions." What's to investigate? Man's dead. Happens every day. The officer notices you watching and narrows his eyes. Your guide grabs your arm and pulls you away. "Don't make eye contact with the law," he mutters. "Not in that get-up. They'll run you in just for looking suspicious." As you turn the corner, your guide relaxes slightly. "So, dance house next?" Much more pleasant than corpses. The dance house doesn't look like much from the outside, just another dilapidated building on a street full of them. A crudely painted sign reads, "Sailors Retreat," though you suspect few sailors have found actual refuge within. Inside, the air is thick with tobacco smoke, cheap perfume, and the unmistakable smell of unwashed bodies. The place is divided into two sections, a bar area where men of questionable character lean against the counter, and through a partition, a dance floor where the real business happens. 10 cents gets you in, says a mountain of a man guarding the entrance to the dance floor. Your guide hands over the money and the bouncer steps aside, revealing what can only be described as a vision of hell disguised as entertainment. The dance floor itself is sticky with spilled drinks and God knows what else. Around the edges, benches line the walls where women in shockingly brief costumes sit with sailors and dock workers. The term costume is generous. They're essentially undergarments dyed bright colours, displaying more skin than you'd see at most beaches. Their dresses seem rather scant, you comment to the proprietor, a sleazy-looking man who's also the self-proclaimed band leader. "Oh, they've got enough for the purposes of decency," he replies with a wink. "You've been in some rough establishments in London, but nothing like this. The women range from young girls who can't be more than 15 to weathered veterans of 40 or 50. Some look bored, others desperate. A few seem completely intoxicated. All are wearing the same ridiculous outfit, a short dress barely covering essentials, glass beads around their necks, and absurd feathered bonnets." I checked original accounts from reformers who visited these places, and they consistently mentioned how the women were dressed. It's like they were wearing parodies of fancy clothing, like someone saw a society lady once and tried to recreate it with scraps and stolen goods. The contrast between the elegant bonnets and the barely there dresses apparently made it even more depressing. The proprietor takes his seat in what he grandly calls the orchestra, a violin, banjo and tambourine, and shouts, "Now young ladies, a quadrille if you please," before launching into a tuneless melody. The women drag their partners to the floor, putting on exaggerated airs and graces that border on mockery of high society dances. The men stumble along, most too drunk to follow even the simplest steps. They say John Allen's place used to be the wildest, your guide tells you, nodding toward a building across the street. He reformed, though, or pretends he did. Missionaries paid him off. Missionaries? Oh yeah, religious folks come down here trying to save souls. Mostly they get robbed, but sometimes they make deals. Paid Alan a month's rent to use his dance hall for prayer meetings. A sailor nearby overhears and laughs. Alan took their money and only let them use it 2 weeks, clever bastard. You watch as a sailor who can barely stand attempts to waltz with 2 women at once, creating a bizarre 3-person tangle that ends with all of them crashing into a table. They prefer the shuffles, your guide explains. Sailors can't really do the fancy dances with their sea legs. Too wobbly. One particularly drunk sailor slaps the shoulder of a scrawny woman with long, thin legs and calls her Old Number 11, which sends the other dancers into fits of laughter. Your detective signals to one of the women who isn't currently entertaining a customer. She saunters over, and you're struck by the contrast between her crude outfit and her refined speech. "You're new," she says, looking you up and down. Despite your beggar disguise, she seems to sense you're different. "Just passing through," you reply. She laughs, a surprisingly musical sound in this den of misery. That's what they all say, yet here they all are, month after month. "How long have you been here?" you ask. 7 years, she replies, then leans closer as if sharing a secret. "I'm from a good family, you know. Very well educated. My mother's a widow lady with independent means in Scotland." You've heard similar stories in London's brothels, tales of genteel upbringings and tragic circumstances. Sometimes they're true. "Got into trouble when I was young," she continues. "Had to run away. Thank God my poor mother thinks I'm dead. It would kill her to see me here." She gestures around the room. You'd be shocked how many girls here are well-educated and from good families. Many can speak 2 or 3 languages, play the harp and piano, sing opera, but once you're in this life, you can't get out. Her eyes drift to a young girl, barely more than a child, being pawed at by a drunken dock worker. Many girls in these houses have parents living in style uptown. They'd never admit their daughters work here. Before you can ask more, the proprietor shouts for another dance, and she's pulled away by a customer. You make your way to the bar, where a bald man with massive forearms is pouring drinks. "What'll it be?" he asks. "Whatever's least likely to blind me," you reply. He laughs and pours something amber into a dirty glass. "Smart man, the cheap stuff's basically poison." "Been working here long?" you ask, pretending to sip. "Long enough to see it all," he replies. "The girls come and go, the sailors come and go, even the buildings come and go. Fire takes one, they build another. Only things that stay the same are the booze and the misery." Through the window, you notice a crowd gathering outside a building down the street. "What's happening there?" The bartender squints. "Ah, that's Kit Burns' place. Probably a rat-baiting match about to start." Your guide, who's been nursing a beer nearby, perks up. "You want to see something really Water Street? That's it right there. Rat baiting. You've heard of it. A blood sport where terriers are pitted against rats in a pit, with bets placed on how many rats the dog can kill in a given time. It's outlawed in many places, but thrives in neighborhoods like this." "Let's go," you say, curiosity overcoming disgust. As you approach Burns's establishment, a crudely painted sign identifies it as Sportsman's Hall. Men crowd around the entrance, exchanging money and shouting odds. Inside, the place stinks of beer, sweat, and rat. The main attraction is a pit in the center of the room, surrounded by tiered seating that your guide informs you can hold up to 500 spectators. Christopher Kit Burns himself is a portly, jovial-looking man with a pock-marked face who greets newcomers like long-lost friends. When he spots you and your guide, he waves you over. "Gentlemen, come in, come in. You're just in time. Got a new pup making his debut today." Burns shows you to seats near the pit, proudly pointing out his prized possession, a stuffed dog in a glass case. "My black and tan," he explains, eyes misting with nostalgia. "Killed 300 rats in under an hour. Did it easy too. Best dog I ever had." A small, sandy-haired terrier is being prepped at one end of the pit, its handler whispering encouragements. At the other end, a man dumps a squirming sack into a cage. Rats, dozens of them, their pink tails flicking against the bars. 10 cents a rat, Burns announces to the crowd. Puppy's just learning, but he's got potential. Place your bets. The crowd roars, money changes hands, and you feel your stomach turn. This isn't sport, it's barbarism masquerading as entertainment. Something wrong, sir? Burns asks, noticing your expression, not the sporting type. Just taking it all in, you reply, trying to maintain your cover. First time's always a shock, Burns says cheerfully. But rats are vermin, see? Bad for business, bad for health. We're providing a public service, really. The way he says it, you almost believe he believes it. That Burke fellow's trying to shut me down, Burns continues, suddenly indignant. Says it's cruel to rats, for God's sake, but they're vermin, sir. Always have been. Burke, you ask. Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, your guide whispers. New thing. Rich people worried about horses and such. Burns overhears and snorts. They pray for me every day at the mission house at noon. Not by name, mind you. Poor Kit Burns comes in the general catalogue of wicked, unrepentant sinners. His face twists into an expression of mock piety. Then he bursts into laughter, slapping his knee. A bell rings. The dog is released, and the crowd erupts as it tears into the cage of rats. You look away, but the sounds tell the story. Squeals, growls, the wet snap of small bones. Isn't this illegal? You ask your guide under the cover of the crowd's roars. He shrugs. Probably, but who's going to enforce it here? The cops? Half of them have money on the dog. After what feels like an eternity, another bell rings. The handler retrieves the blood-spattered dog, who prances around proudly as Burns counts the rat carcasses. 17, he announces. Not bad for a first-timer. Money changes hands as bets are settled. Burns catches your eye and grins. Coming back for the big match Saturday. Got a champion coming in from Brooklyn. They say he can do 100 in 10 minutes. We'll see, you reply non-committally. Outside, you gulp fresh air, though fresh is relative on Water Street. You all right there? Your guide asks, noticing your pale face. Some people can't stomach it their first time. I'm fine, you lie. Where to next? Your guide studies you for a moment, then jerks his thumb toward a dingy building down the street. Bucket shop, might as well see the whole tour. The bucket shop is somehow even more depressing than the rat pit. Men in various stages of dissolution hunch over glasses of cheap liquor, drinking not for pleasure but for oblivion. They call it a bucket shop because you can get a bucket of this stuff for practically nothing, your guide explains. It's not whiskey, though they pretend it is. More like turpentine with tobacco juice for colour. The patrons don't even look up when you enter. They're focused entirely on their drinks, as if the bottom of those glasses holds some answer they've been seeking their whole lives. This is what kills most of them, your guide says quietly. Not the knives or the fights or the diseases, just this. Slow suicide by the glass. You notice a woman in the corner, her once fine dress now tattered and stained. She catches you looking and gives a smile that reveals several missing teeth. "Want to buy a lady a drink, handsome?" she calls. Before you can answer, the door bangs open and a police officer steps in. The atmosphere shifts immediately. Backs straighten, eyes dart to exits. The officer scans the room, then zeroes in on your guide. "You," he says, pointing. "Outside, now." Your guide looks momentarily panicked, then resigned. "Wait here," he mutters to you. "Don't talk to anyone." As he follows the officer outside, you're left alone in a room full of Water Street's most desperate residents. A man sidles up next to you, his breath foul enough to make your eyes water. "First time in the fourth?" he asks, swaying slightly. "That obvious?" you reply, maintaining your beggar persona, but allowing some of your natural accent to slip through. "You got all your teeth and no visible wounds," the man says with a wheezing laugh. "Dead giveaway." Just looking for work, you say, sticking to your cover story. The man leans closer. What kind of work? 'Cause I might know people looking for help, specialized help. Good with your hands? You're being recruited for something criminal. Theft, perhaps, or worse. Depends on the pay, you reply cautiously. The man grins, revealing gums more prevalent than teeth. Smart man. Come with me. I'll introduce you to... The door opens again, and your guide returns, looking shaken but intact. The man beside you melts away into the crowd. We gotta go, your guide says urgently. Now. Outside, he pulls you down an alley, checking over his shoulder. What happened, you ask. Cop recognized me from a thing a few years back, he explains vaguely. Wanted money to forget he saw me. Did you pay him? Had to. He knows where I sleep. Your guide runs a hand through his greasy hair. This is why I don't usually come to the Fourth in daylight. Too many people remember me. The officer just blackmailed you? Right there in the open? Your guide laughs bitterly. Welcome to New York, my friend. The cops are just another gang with badges. When I looked into police corruption in this era, it was eye-opening. There's documented evidence of officers running protection rackets, taking bribes, and even participating in crimes. The line between law enforcement and criminals was basically non-existent in neighborhoods like Water Street. As you walk, your guide points out more landmarks. Brothels thinly disguised as boarding houses, opium dens behind laundries, gambling operations in basements. Water Street isn't just a place, you realize. It's an ecosystem of vice, each establishment feeding into the others in a closed loop of misery. Or over there's the Oak Street Station House, your guide says, nodding toward a relatively solid-looking building, where they take you if you're lucky enough to get arrested and not just beaten in the street. Is that good luck, you ask? Better than being found in the river, sometimes? You remember the details from the transcript. In that very station house, Pember once witnessed a sailor charging a boarding house crimp with assault. The crimp had knocked the sailor down and stomped his eye out with a boot heel after the sailor refused to pay an exorbitant fee. Justice was rare here, even with evidence as clear as a missing eye. As afternoon approaches, the character of Water Street shifts. More women appear on street corners. Men stagger from bars, either starting or ending their days drinking. Children, filthy, too thin, with eyes too old for their faces, dart between adults on mysterious errands. Those kids, you say, nodding toward a group of boys no older than 10 who are eyeing passers-by with predatory focus. They're pickpockets. At best, your guide replies. The younger ones, yeah. The older boys graduate to proper theft, breaking into houses and such. Girls usually end up in the dance houses by 14. The casual way he says it, like he's describing a natural process rather than the systematic destruction of young lives, makes your journalistic blood boil. This is why you're here, disguised and uncomfortable. This is the story that needs telling. I need to see more, you tell your guide, the worst of it. He studies your face. You're either the bravest man I've met or the stupidest. I've been called worse. He sighs. Fine, but we wait till dark. That's when the real Water Street comes alive. As the sun begins its descent toward the harbour, you and your guide find a relatively safe corner to rest. He dozes against a wall while you record observations in your notebook, hiding it whenever someone passes too close. The dancing houses and saloons are lighting up, their windows glowing like diseased eyes in the gathering darkness. Music, discordant, amateur but enthusiastic, spills into the street. Laughter too, though there's an edge to it that speaks more of desperation than joy. Night is falling on Water Street, and with it comes a darkness deeper than the absence of sun. Your guide was right. You've only seen half the story so far. The real horrors are just beginning. All right, that's a good chunk. Let me know when you're ready for the next part. Your guide wakes with a start, instantly alert in the way of men who've learned that deep sleep can be fatal. The street has transformed in the hour since sunset. Gas lamps cast sickly yellow pools that barely push back the darkness, creating more shadows than light. The relative restraint of daytime has evaporated like morning dew, leaving behind the true face of Water Street. All ready? Your guide asks, watching you carefully. Last chance to back out. Night's a different beast here. I came for the truth, you reply, adjusting your beggar's disguise. All of it. He nods, resigned. Your funeral. Third time I've said that today, starting to think it might be literal. The noise hits you first. Not just volume, but a kind of feverish energy that wasn't present earlier. Shouts, laughter, arguments, music from a dozen different sources, all clashing together in a symphony of desperation. The smell is worse too, as if the night air concentrates rather than disperses the stench of unwashed bodies, spilled alcohol and open sewers. Women who kept to the dance houses during daylight now line the street, calling to passers-by with practiced lines. Men stagger between saloons, growing louder and more dangerous with each drink, and through it all move predators, some obvious with knives visible at their belts, others harder to spot, but no less deadly. Most murders happen between midnight and dawn, your guide explains as you walk. By morning, bodies get cleared away. Cops don't even investigate unless the victim's someone important, which nobody in Water Street is. 2 men burst from a saloon, already throwing punches. One pulls a knife, and the street parts around them like water around stones. Nobody interferes. Nobody seems surprised. Should we do something, you ask. Your guide snorts. Yeah, keep walking unless you want to be next. The knife flashes, someone screams, and you force yourself to keep moving. You're here as a witness, not a hero. The story is what matters, the exposure of this hell to the comfortable citizens who pretend it doesn't exist. I spent weeks researching the crime statistics from this period. In 1860s New York, murder was so common in certain areas that newspapers stopped reporting individual cases unless they were particularly gruesome or involved prominent victims. They'd just list numbers at the end of the week. 5 stabbings, 3 shootings, 4 unknown causes. Human life was incredibly cheap. Where to first? Your guide asks. You consider. Those alleyways you pointed out earlier, single and double. I want to see inside. He gives you a strange look. You sure? Not much to see, but misery stacked floor to ceiling. That's exactly what I need to document. Single Alley is aptly named, a narrow passage between buildings with just one face to the street. The entrance is barely wide enough for 2 people to pass, and the smell that wafts out makes your eyes water. Human waste, rotting food, and the unmistakable sweet, sour odour of disease. 70 families in there, your guide says, nodding toward the dark moor. 1 privy in the back, no running water, no ventilation. And double alley? Same deal, but twice as big. 140 families, give or take. They take in lodgers too, so figure close to 1,000 people packed in there. You do the math in your head? That's at least 5 people per room, often more, in spaces barely larger than closets. I need to see inside. You insist. Your guide shakes his head. Your coins won't help you in there. Strangers don't come out of those places after dark, especially not ones who look like they might have money. But He thinks for a moment, then points to a decrepit 3-story building across the street. Old boarding house there. Similar setup, but smaller. Owner might let us in for the right price. The boarding house looks like it's one strong wind away from collapse. Paint peels from the exterior like diseased skin. Windows are patched with paper or cloth where glass should be, and the front steps sag alarmingly under your weight. Your guide knocks a complex pattern on the door. After a long pause, it opens a crack and an eye peers out. "What do you want?" a voice rasps. "Got a gentleman here wants a tour?" your guide says, paying cash. The door opens wider, revealing a hunched man with a face like crumpled paper. $5, he says immediately. It's an outrageous sum, but you nod. The man's eyebrows rise slightly. You've just confirmed you have money, but he steps back to let you in. The smell inside hits you like a physical force. Your eyes water and you fight the urge to gag. The narrow hallway is lit by a single guttering candle that does more to emphasize the darkness than dispel it. "Third floor's the worst," the man says, mistaking your purpose. "If you're looking for young ones." You realize with a jolt what he thinks you're here for. "Just looking around," you say quickly. "Research." The man gives you a knowing leer. "Call it whatever you want, mister. $5 buys you a tour and privacy. What happens after ain't my business." You press the money into his palm and he gestures toward a rickety staircase. "Help yourself. Knock before entering or you might get a knife for your trouble." As you climb the stairs, the wood groaning beneath your feet, your guide whispers, "He thinks you're shopping for company." I gathered. Play along. Safer that way. The first floor is divided into tiny rooms, doors half open to reveal cramped spaces occupied by multiple people. In one, a family of 6 sits on a single mattress, sharing what looks like a loaf of bread. In another, 2 women sew by candlelight, their fingers moving with mechanical precision despite the dim light. A child, perhaps 4 years old, stares at you from a doorway, her face smudged with dirt and something darker that might be blood. When you meet her eyes, she doesn't look away or show any emotion. There's a hollowness there that no child should possess. The second floor is worse. The rooms are smaller, the occupants more numerous. The air is thicker too, heavy with the smell of unwashed bodies, cooking grease, and the sickly sweet odour of consumption. Tuberculosis, the disease that thrives in crowded, unsanitary conditions. A coughing fit erupts from behind one door, the violent tearing sound of lungs fighting for air. Nobody reacts. It's background noise here, as common as the creaking floorboards. "Third floor," your guide murmurs, nudging you toward the final staircase. As you climb, you hear noises that make your skin crawl. A woman's forced laughter, a man's grunt, a child crying softly, continuously, hopelessly. The third floor is where they keep the hopeless cases, the women too old or sick to work the streets, but young enough to serve the most desperate customers, the children sold by parents who couldn't feed them, the opium addicts who lie on bare mattresses in a half-conscious daze. A girl who can't be more than 12 leans against a doorframe. Her eyes are adult, assessing, dead. "Looking for company, mister?" she asks in a practiced voice. You shake your head, unable to speak past the lump of rage in your throat. "2 bits, she continues, as if you'd shown interest. "Cheapest you'll find. 2 bits, 25 cents for what remains of her childhood. You want to grab her, run out of this hellhole, take her somewhere safe. But there is nowhere safe, not for her kind, not in this city." When I researched this period, what shocked me most were the accounts of child prostitution. Social reformers who ventured into these areas routinely found children as young as 10 working in brothels. What's worse is how normalized it was. Not accepted as good, but accepted as inevitable, like bad weather or disease. Just another fact of life in the slums. You press $1 into her hand, not for services, just because you can't do nothing. Get some food, you whisper. Her expression doesn't change, but she pockets the money with practiced speed. Room at the end is empty, she says, assuming you want privacy for whatever you paid her for. Instead, you move to a window at the end of the hall. From this vantage point, 3 stories up, you can see the patchwork of misery that makes up the 4th ward. Dance houses, saloons, and brothels form islands of light in the darkness. Between them flow rivers of humanity, drunk, desperate, dangerous. Can you imagine growing up here? You ask your guide quietly. Don't have to imagine, he replies. Born 2 blocks over. You turn to look at him with new understanding. How did you get out? Who says I got out? He laughs bitterly. I'm still here, ain't I? Just learned to navigate better than most. Learned who to avoid, who to pay, when to run. In the street below, a fight erupts outside a saloon. Even from this height, you can hear the crack as a bottle breaks over someone's head. The victim drops like a stone, and the attacker goes through his pockets before anyone can intervene. We should go, your guide says. Seen enough? Almost. You turn from the window. I need to understand how the police fit into all this. They can't all be corrupt. Follow me, your guide says with a grim smile. I'll show you exactly how the law works in Water Street. Back on the street, the night has deepened, but the activity has only increased. Your guide leads you to a saloon that, from the outside, looks no different from the dozens of others you've passed. Inside, however, the clientele is unexpected. Uniformed police officers fill half the tables, drinking alongside the very criminals they should be arresting. Money changes hands openly, not for drinks, but for what are clearly payoffs. A burly sergeant laughs with a man you recognize as a bouncer from one of the dance houses, both of them counting cash under the table. Monthly collection, your guide explains in a low voice. Brothels, gambling dens, dance houses, they all pay for protection, not from criminals, from the law itself. They're just taking bribes in the open? Who's gonna stop 'em? The other cops? He snorts. System works for everybody except the poor bastards at the bottom. A man in plain clothes but with the unmistakable bearing of authority enters, and the room subtly shifts. Conversations pause, eyes lower, postures straighten. Captain, your guide whispers. Precinct boss, his take's bigger than all the rest combined. The captain scans the room, his gaze passing over you without interest. You're just another Water Street degenerate as far as he's concerned. He takes a seat at a reserved table in the back, and immediately several envelope-bearing men approach to pay their respects. And their bribes. Elections coming up, your guide continues. Cops make sure the right votes get counted, the wrong ones disappear. Politicians return the favour by keeping the right cops in the right places. The whole system is corrupt, you murmur. Now you're getting it. A commotion at the door draws your attention. 2 officers drag in a struggling man, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. Caught him stealing from Kit Burns's place, one officer announces to the room. The captain barely looks up. Usual treatment. The officers grin and drag their captive toward the back door, presumably to an alley where they can dispense their version of justice without witnesses. Shh. Should have known better, your guide says, shaking his head. Burns pays triple what most places do. Stealing from him's practically suicide. As you watch the illicit commerce continue, a horrible thought strikes you. The body we saw this morning, you ask, the one they just carted away without investigation, was that? Probably. Could have been someone who didn't pay protection, or stole from the wrong person, or just looked at someone wrong. Doesn't take much around here. Suddenly, the captain's gaze locks onto your guide, recognition dawning in his eyes. Time to go, your guide says urgently. Now. You slip out the side door just as you hear the captain's voice calling for your guide by name. Outside, you don't walk. You run, following your guide down a maze of alleys until you're sure no one is following. That was close, he pants, leaning against a wall. Captain knows me from way back, knows I don't come around unless I'm showing someone the sights. Would he really have arrested you? Arrested? Your guide laughs breathlessly. No, that costs money. Beaten senseless and dumped in the river more likely. You've both stopped in a relatively quiet street. The buildings here are just as dilapidated, but there are fewer saloons, more residences. From an upper window comes the sound of a baby wailing, high and desperate. This is where families live, your guide explains, recovering his composure. The ones trying to stay decent anyway, work the docks, the factories, whatever they can find. As if on cue, a door opens and a man in workman's clothes emerges. He looks exhausted, shoulders slumped under an invisible weight. Night shift, your guide explains. Poor bastard probably works 16 hours a day, comes home to a place not much better than that boarding house, tries to keep his family fed. How do they survive, you ask? Some don't. Some turn to crime eventually. Some just endure, get up every day and do it all again until they can't anymore. The man trudges past you without a glance, his eyes fixed on the ground, his mind perhaps on the long night ahead, or the hungry children he's leaving behind. Come on, your guide says. One more stop. Gotta be quick, though. Captain might have people looking for us. He leads you to a building that, despite its shabby exterior, has a certain dignity lacking in its neighbours. A small sign identifies it as a mission house. Religious folks, your guide explains, set these up to save souls. Mostly they just provide a warm place to sit, and some soup, if you're willing to listen to preaching. Inside, a small group has gathered, mostly women and a few elderly men. A grey-haired preacher stands at the front, reading from a Bible by lamplight. His voice is hoarse but passionate as he describes the rewards awaiting the faithful in heaven. For most of these people, your guide whispers, the promise of a better afterlife is the only hope they've got. You scan the faces of the congregation, worn, tired, but somehow still holding on to something. Faith, perhaps, or just the simple comfort of being somewhere warm and relatively safe for an hour. None of the notorious figures you've encountered today. Not Tommy Hadden, not Kit Burns, not the dance house proprietors, are present. The mission's reach extends only to those already at the bottom, not to those who profit from putting them there. They try, your guide says, with surprising gentleness. These church folks, they just don't understand. Telling someone who's starving that God loves them doesn't fill their belly. Telling a girl who's been on the streets since she was 12 that Jesus forgives her doesn't give her anywhere else to go. A woman near the back notices you watching and meets your gaze. There's no hope in her eyes, no faith despite the sermon washing over her, just a dull acceptance of her lot. I interviewed a historian who specialized in reform movements of this era. She told me these missions were well-intentioned but profoundly inadequate, like trying to empty the ocean with a teacup. The systemic problems were too big, too entrenched. Without addressing poverty, housing, education, and corruption, no amount of preaching could make a meaningful difference. You've seen enough for one night, your guide says, tugging your sleeve. Any more and we're pushing our luck. Outside, the streets have grown marginally quieter as the very drunkest have passed out and the slightly more sensible have found beds or companions for the night, but danger still lurks in every shadow, and your guide keeps you moving at a brisk pace away from the mission, deeper into the warren of streets that make up the Fourth Ward. Where are we going? You ask, realizing you've lost your bearings in the tangle of identical dilapidated streets. "Oh, safe house," he replies cryptically. "Can't take you back to your hotel looking like that, and can't stay on the streets all night, not after the captain saw us." As you turn a corner, a figure detaches from the shadows ahead, a police officer, billy club already drawn. "You there!" he calls. "Stop where you are." Your guide freezes, then whispers from the corner of his mouth, "When I move, run. Don't look back. Don't stop. Head for the docks." Before you can respond, he shouts. It's a raid at the top of his lungs. Doors fly open up and down the street as people scatter, creating instant chaos. Your guide shoves you hard in one direction and bolts in another. The officer hesitates, confused by the sudden explosion of activity, and in that moment, you run. Behind you, a whistle blows, the officer calling for backup. Ahead, more figures are emerging from the darkness. You dart down an alley, heart pounding, your fine Oxford education suddenly worth less than a pair of fast legs. The docks loom ahead, a forest of masts and rigging silhouetted against the night sky. Somewhere in that maze of ships and warehouses, you might find safety, at least until morning. But as you emerge from the alley, a heavy hand falls on your shoulder, spinning you around. You find yourself face to face with a mountain of a man in police uniform, his expression somewhere between amusement and contempt. Well, he says, his breath reeking of whiskey and tobacco. "What do we have here?" "All right, that's a good chunk. Let me know when you're ready for the next part." The officer's grip tightens on your shoulder, fingers digging into your collarbone. His face is a road map of broken veins and old scars, eyes bloodshot but alert. You consider your options. Running seems impossible, fighting suicidal. "Just looking for work, officer," you mumble, deepening your fake American accent, slouching into your beggar disguise. "Funny," he says, not sounding amused. "Captain wants to talk to someone matching your description, someone asking questions they shouldn't." Your heart sinks. Word travels fast in Water Street. "You got the wrong fellow," you insist. "I'm just passing through." He studies you for a long moment, then a slow, unpleasant smile spreads across his face. "Empty your pockets." You hesitate. In your right pocket is the money you've been using to bribe your way through Water Street. In your left is your notebook, the most damning evidence of your true purpose here. "I said," he repeats, raising his club, "empty them." You reach for your right pocket first, removing a handful of coins and crumpled bills. The officer's eyes light up with naked greed. "That's a lot of cash for a beggar," he observes, plucking the money from your hand. "Where'd you steal it?" "Didn't steal it," you protest weakly. "Saved up." "Other pocket," he demands, already pocketing your money. You reach slowly for your left pocket, mind racing for a solution. The notebook will give you away instantly. No beggar carries detailed observations of criminal operations. As your fingers close around it, a shout echoes from nearby, followed by a crash. The officer's head turns instinctively toward the sound. In that split second, you make your decision. Instead of removing the notebook, you drive your knee upward with all your strength. It connects satisfyingly with the officer's groin. He folds like a house of cards, gasping. You don't wait to see him recover. You run faster than you've ever run in your life, plunging into the maze of warehouses along the waterfront. Behind you, a whistle shrieks once, twice, 3 times, the universal police signal for assistance. You duck into a narrow space between buildings, pressing yourself against rough brick, trying to quiet your thundering heart and ragged breathing. Footsteps pound past your hiding place, more than one set. They pause at the intersection ahead, voices muttering in confusion. Then they split up, moving in different directions, hunting. You've never felt more foreign, more out of place. Your Oxford education, your London journalism career, your proper upbringing, none of it helps you now in this primordial urban jungle where only the cunning survive. When the footsteps fade, you creep from your hiding spot, moving deeper into the warehouse district. Most buildings are locked tight, but eventually you find one with a broken window at ground level. You squeeze through, ignoring the glass that tears at your already ragged clothes, and find yourself in near total darkness. The warehouse smells of coffee beans and rat droppings. You fumble your way to what feels like a stack of burlap sacks and collapse behind them, finally allowing your trembling legs to rest. Sleep comes in fitful bursts, interrupted by nightmares of pursuit and the very real sounds of rats scurrying nearby. You wake fully as grey dawn light filters through high windows, illuminating your temporary sanctuary. The warehouse is indeed filled with coffee sacks. Hundreds of them, stacked nearly to the ceiling. Your body aches from the hard floor and yesterday's exertions. Your fine clothes, disguised beneath beggar's rags, are filthy. Your face, when you touch it, feels rough with stubble. The transformation from gentleman journalist to actual Water Street denizen is becoming less of a disguise and more of a reality. With daylight comes a new problem. You can't stay here, but you also can't return to your hotel looking like this. You need your guide, but have no idea how to find him. For all you know, he's been caught by the police himself. You peer through a crack in the warehouse door. The dockside is already busy with workers unloading ships, carrying crates, shouting orders. Among them, you spot the occasional blue uniform of a police officer, presumably still hunting for you. You're effectively trapped, and your stomach reminds you with an angry growl that you haven't eaten since yesterday afternoon. This is no longer just an investigative exercise. You're experiencing the actual desperation of Water Street's residents, hungry, hunted, with nowhere safe to go. For the next few hours, you watch the docks through your crack in the door, observing the rhythm of the place. Ships arrive, are unloaded or loaded, depart. Men sweat and curse under heavy burdens. Foremen shout orders. Police patrol casually, more interested in the occasional free drink from merchants than in actual law enforcement. You see men who look like your guide, rough types who aren't dock workers but somehow belong here, moving through the crowds with practiced ease, occasionally exchanging small packages or whispered conversations. Water Street's underground economy at work. By mid-morning, your thirst has become nearly unbearable. You've spotted a water pump near one of the piers, used by workers to wash and drink. If you're careful, you might reach it without being noticed. You wait for a particularly busy moment when a large shipment is being unloaded and everyone's attention is directed elsewhere, then slip out the door. You keep your head down, shoulders hunched, moving with the shuffling gait of someone who expects to be kicked at any moment. No one gives you a second glance. You're just another Water Street derelict, invisible in your misery. The water from the pump is brackish and tastes faintly of rust, but it's the sweetest thing you've ever drunk. You fill your cupped hands again and again, slaking a thirst you hadn't fully acknowledged until now. "Hey you," a gruff voice calls. Your heart stops, but when you turn, it's not a policeman, but a burly dock foreman. Need a man for unloading, 2 bits for the morning. He's offering you work, actual, legitimate work. The irony doesn't escape you. Your disguise is so convincing that you're being mistaken for one of the desperate men who gather at the docks each morning, hoping for a day's labour. Yes, you say, realizing this is perfect cover. I'll work. The next 4 hours are a lesson in physical misery. You're assigned to a team unloading crates of machine parts, heavy, awkward, with sharp edges that tear at your hands. Your back screams in protest, your shoulders burn, your palms blister and then bleed. The other workers, men who do this every day, give you pitying glances but offer no help. Here, it's every man for himself. By noon, you've earned your 25 cents and a grudging respect from the foreman, who initially thought you wouldn't last an hour. More importantly, you've had time to think, to plan your next move. Coming back tomorrow? The foreman asks as he pays you. Maybe, you reply non-committally. Got a name? You hesitate, then decide truth is simpler than fiction. Arthur. He nods, already turning away. See you around, Arthur. With coins in your pocket, a pittance compared to what the officer stole, but better than nothing, you venture back toward Water Street. Your plan is simple. Find food, then find somewhere to clean up enough that you can eventually make your way back to your hotel without arousing suspicion. Water Street by day is marginally less threatening than by night, but no less miserable. You pass women emptying chamber pots into gutters already flowing with filth. Children play in the same gutters, immune or oblivious to the health hazards surrounding them. Men drink openly at 10 in the morning, numbing themselves for another day of hardship. You find a vendor selling what he claims is beef stew from a cart. The meat is tough and of questionable origin, the broth watery, but it's hot and filling. As you eat, standing in a doorway out of the main flow of traffic, you observe Water Street's daytime economy. It's a parallel world with its own rules. Money changes hands for goods and services, both legal and illegal. Credit is extended or denied based on criteria known only to the sellers. Fights break out and are resolved without police intervention. It's a community of sorts, albeit one built on shared misery rather than mutual benefit. A boy of perhaps 10 approaches, eyeing your stew with naked hunger. His face is gaunt, his clothes even more ragged than your disguise. You silently offer your bowl, still half full. He snatches it and retreats to a safe distance before wolfing down the remaining food. When I dug into historical accounts of childhood in these slums, the descriptions were heartbreaking. Kids as young as 5 or 6 were expected to contribute to the family income. They became beggars, thieves, or took dangerous jobs no adult would touch. Their life expectancy was shockingly short. Many didn't reach adulthood due to disease, accidents, or violence. The boy finishes eating and looks up, meeting your gaze. There's no gratitude in his expression, just the wary calculation of someone always looking for the next meal, the next opportunity, the next threat. You need work? He asks suddenly. My pa knows people. What kind of work? You ask cautiously. The boy shrugs. Different kinds. Depends what you're good at. You recognize a recruitment attempt when you hear one, likely for the same criminal enterprises you've been investigating. Even children are part of the system here. I'm just passing through, you say gently, but thanks. The boy doesn't seem offended. He simply nods and disappears into the crowd, already looking for someone else to approach. As noon turns to afternoon, you continue wandering, keeping a careful eye out for police while trying to get your bearings. You pass a building you recognize, the Oak Street Station House, where you began your Water Street journey before everything went sideways. A commotion, At the station house door catches your attention. A group of men are dragging a bloodied sailor into the building. His face is a mess, and most disturbingly, where his left eye should be is just a bloody socket. I checked police records from this period, and they're full of similar reports. Horrific injuries barely investigated, especially when the victims were sailors or immigrants. The concept of civil rights was basically non-existent for the poor. You drift closer, adopting the casual interest of a street dweller with nothing better to do. The sailor is shouting accusations at another man, presumably his attacker, who is being held by two friends straining to get at the injured man. He stamped my eye out, the sailor roars, knocked me down and stamped it right out with his boot. Lying Navy scum, the other man shouts back. You tried to skip on your bill. You recognize the type immediately from your research. A boarding house crimp, one of those men who provide lodging to sailors at extortionate rates, often through deception. When the sailors can't pay, violence typically follows. A crowd gathers as the men are taken inside, the entertainment value of the spectacle briefly overcoming Water Street's usual every man for himself mentality. You hear people placing bets on whether the crimp will face charges or be released. 10 says he walks, a man next to you mutters to his companion. His cousin's on the force. No bet, his friend replies. Justice is for people with money. As the crowd disperses, you notice a familiar face across the street, your guide, looking considerably worse for wear, but very much alive. He spots you at the same moment and jerks his head slightly, indicating an alley nearby. Once safely out of sight, he looks you up and down and lets out a low whistle. You look like hell. You're not much better, you reply, noting his split lip and the bruise darkening his left cheek. Had a disagreement with a gentleman of the law, he says with a crooked smile. Seems they don't appreciate our tour of their business operations. Are they still looking for us? He shrugs. For you, maybe. I'm small fry, just got a beating and a warning. You, though, Captain's real interested in the fancy English journalist slumming it in disguise. Your blood runs cold. How? Word gets around. Tommy Haddon made you yesterday morning, said no real beggar asks the questions you were asking. This changes everything. If your cover is blown, continuing the investigation becomes exponentially more dangerous. I need to get back to my hotel, you say. Clean up, regroup. Your guide nods. Got a plan for that. Follow me, but stay back a bit. I'll signal if the coast is clear. He leads you through a bewildering series of alleys and side streets, occasionally stopping to check for followers or police. Eventually, you reach a nondescript building that turns out to be a public bathhouse, one of the few in the area. 2 bits gets you hot water and soap, your guide explains. Worth every penny. You clean up, I'll find you some clothes that won't scream gentleman in disguise. The bathhouse is basic but functional, a series of private stalls with metal tubs, a far cry from London's elegant bathing establishments, but heaven after your recent experiences. The hot water turns grey almost immediately as you scrub away the accumulated filth of Water Street. As promised, your guide returns with clothes, simple workman's attire that will help you blend in better than either your gentlemanly clothes or the beggar disguise. What now? He asks as you emerge, transformed once again. I'm not finished, you say firmly. I came for the story, and I'm going to get it. He looks at you like you've lost your mind. They know who you are now. It's not safe. It never was, you point out. But now I need to be smarter about it. Less direct observation, more interviews. Your guide's eyebrows rise. Interviews? With who? Anyone who'll talk. Former residents who've gotten out, police who might be sympathetic to reform, religious workers from the missions. He considers this, then nods slowly. Might work. Less dangerous than wandering around Water Street at night anyway. Can you help me find people to talk to? Maybe, for the right price. His entrepreneurial spirit remains undimmed by your recent troubles. You count your remaining money, pitifully little after the police officer's theft. I'll need to get more cash from my hotel. Risky, your guide warns. They might be watching it. He has a point. The corrupt police of Water Street would think nothing of staking out a hotel to catch a troublesome journalist. Then I need to get a message to my editor at the Tribune, you say. Let him know what's happening, get some funds. Your guide scratches his chin thoughtfully. I know a kid who can run messages, reliable, fast, and knows how to be invisible. Cost you, though. How much? $1 for him, $1 for me for setting it up. It's steep, but necessary. You hand over your last $2, then scribble a note to your editor on a page from your notebook, explaining your situation and requesting funds. Where will I find you after? You ask as your guide pockets the note and money. Boarding house on Cherry Street. Grey door, brass knocker. Knock 3 times, then 2. Say Mike sent you. With that, he disappears into the crowd, leaving you alone once again in the unforgiving world of Water Street. But now you have a plan, a direction, and more importantly, a growing understanding of how this place truly functions. You spend the afternoon carefully making your way toward Cherry Street, avoiding main thoroughfares where police might be watching. The streets here are marginally better than Water Street proper, still poor, still dangerous, but with a higher proportion of working families versus outright criminals. Women hang laundry from windows, the meagre garments flapping like surrender flags in the breeze. Children play games with sticks and stones that have rules known only to them. Men sit on stoops, smoking pipes or simply staring into the distance with the vacant eyes of the chronically exhausted. This is the working poor's Water Street. People one missed paycheck away from the dance houses or criminal gangs clinging desperately to whatever respectability they can maintain. Their struggle is different from the outright criminality you witnessed before, but no less deadly in its way. They fight against time, against illness, against the grinding machinery of poverty that wears them down day by day. You pass a woman teaching her daughter to sew by the light of their open door, her needle flashing in the sun as she demonstrates a stitch. The girl, perhaps 7, watches with solemn concentration. This is her inheritance, not land or money or education, but the skills to barely survive in a world stacked against her. As evening approaches, bringing with it the more dangerous elements of Water Street life, you finally locate the boarding house. Grey door, brass knocker, just as described. You knock 3 times, then 2, and wait, hoping your guide's message has already reached your editor at the Tribune. The door opens a crack and a woman's face appears, lined with age and hardship, but with eyes that miss nothing. "Mike sent me," you say quietly. She nods once and steps back, opening the door just wide enough for you to slip inside. The hallway beyond is dark, the air heavy with the smell of boiled cabbage and too many people in too little space, but compared to what you've seen, it feels almost welcoming. "Room at the top," she says, her voice raspy from what might be illness or might be gin. "Don't make noise. Don't bring trouble." You climb the narrow stairs, each step creaking alarmingly beneath your weight. At the top floor, a single door stands ajar. Inside is a tiny room with a narrow bed, a cracked wash basin, and a chair missing one leg propped against the wall to stay upright. It's hardly luxury, but it's private and relatively clean, a safe harbour in the storm of Water Street. Through the room's single window, you can see the neighbourhood spreading below you, the first lamps being lit as darkness falls. Tomorrow, you'll continue your investigation, but with a new approach. Tonight, you'll rest, record your observations in your notebook, and prepare for whatever Water Street throws at you next. Because despite the danger, despite nearly being caught, despite everything you've seen, you know one thing with absolute certainty: this story needs to be told. All right, that's a good chunk. Let me know when you're ready for the next part. You wake to the sound of church bells, distant, muffled, but unmistakable. Sunday morning in Water Street. Through your grimy window, the sky is the colour of dirty dishwater, promising rain later. Your body aches from yesterday's dock work, muscles protesting every movement as you rise from the thin mattress. Your room in the boarding house smells of old cabbage and mildew, but after 2 days in Water Street, your nose has begun to adjust to the general miasma. You splash water on your face from the cracked basin, the coolness momentarily refreshing against your skin. A knock at the door makes you tense. You've been jumpy since your encounter with the police yesterday. "Who is it?" you call, reaching for the small knife you found in the room and tucked under your pillow, a previous occupant's forgotten protection. "Message," comes a boy's voice. You open the door cautiously. A skinny kid of maybe 12 stands there, cap pulled low over his eyes, hands thrust deep in his pockets. "You the English fellow?" he asks. "Perhaps. Who's asking?" He rolls his eyes at your caution. "Got something for you from the Tribune." He pulls a small envelope from his pocket and holds it out, adding, "Mike says to tell you he'll be by at noon." The boy disappears down the stairs before you can ask anything else. You close the door and examine the envelope. Inside are $10, a small fortune in Water Street terms, and a brief note from your editor. "Pember, situation understood, funds enclosed. Be careful, story sounds promising. Expect full report when safe. GS." The money represents both safety and opportunity. You can pay for your room, buy food, compensate potential interviewees, and most importantly, avoid the desperate choices that drive so many Water Street residents to crime or worse. Unlike your comfortable bed at home, where you can drift back to sleep on lazy mornings, here in Water Street, rest is a luxury few can afford. Your stomach growls, reminding you that food is the first priority. You tuck most of the money into your boot, the safest place in Water Street, and keep a small amount in your pocket for immediate needs. The landlady is in the narrow hallway when you descend the stairs, sweeping with short, angry strokes. Her face is a map of hard years, but her eyes are sharp and alert. "Rent's due daily," she says without preamble. 50 cents. It's steep for such a small room, but safety has its price. You pay without complaint. "Any place nearby to get breakfast?" you ask. She eyes you with slightly more interest. Most of her lodgers probably don't eat regular meals. "Dutch Mary's on the corner. Cheap. Won't kill you. Probably." The streets are quieter on Sunday morning. Some businesses are closed in nominal observation of the Sabbath, though you notice the saloons and dance houses show no sign of interrupting their trade. A group of children play in the gutter, fashioning toys from discarded trash. They look up as you pass, eyes calculating your worth, your threat level, your potential as a mark. Dutch Mary's turns out to be a narrow storefront with a few wobbly tables inside. The air is thick with the smell of frying fat and strong coffee. A massive woman with arms like hams presides over a cast-iron stove, barking orders at a terrified-looking girl who might be her daughter. "Sit anywhere that don't look ready to collapse," Mary calls when you enter. Menus: eggs, bread and coffee, sometimes bacon. Today, no bacon. You take a seat at a table that wobbles only slightly. The coffee comes in a chipped mug, black as sin and nearly as thick. The eggs are greasy but hot, the bread surprisingly fresh. For 15 cents, it's the best meal you've had since arriving in Water Street. As you eat, you observe the other patrons, dock workers mostly, fueling up before or after shifts, a few shopkeepers from the marginally more respectable streets nearby. They talk quietly among themselves, conversations revolving around work, money, and the constant struggle to obtain both. One man catches your attention, older, with a neat grey beard and surprisingly clean clothes. He sits alone, nursing his coffee with the air of a ritual long established. There's something in his posture, his careful movements, that suggests he wasn't born to Water Street, but arrived here through some reversal of fortune. You approach his table, coffee in hand. "Mind if I join you?" He looks up, assessing you with intelligent eyes. "Free country," he says finally, "for some." You sit, introducing yourself with your real first name, but a false surname. No need to advertise your journalist identity just yet. "Caleb Morrison," he replies, offering a hand that, despite its calluses, shows traces of once having been genteel. "What brings you to this particular circle of hell?" "Research," you say carefully. "I'm interested in how people live here." "Research?" His eyebrow rises. "You a reformer, or one of those missionary types?" "Just a curious observer." He snorts. "Ain't nothing worth observing here except human misery, and that gets old fast, trust me. You speak like someone who's seen better places." Morrison eyes you carefully, then seems to make a decision. "Had a business once, printing, good trade. Then came the Panic of '57. Banks failed, loans called in, lost everything." He shrugs as if to say it hardly matters now. "Been here 8 years. You adapt or you die." "How did you adapt?" you ask, genuinely curious. "Or found a niche. I can still read and write better than most around here. I write letters for people, help with contracts, sometimes teach the children whose parents care enough to want them educated. A scribe, the ancient profession of the literate in a largely illiterate community." It's a clever adaptation, using skills from his former life to survive in his new one. "Would you be willing to tell me more about how things work here? The economics of it, the social structures? I can pay for your time." Morrison studies you more intently now. "You're not just curious, are you? You're writing about us." You hesitate, then decide honesty might be the best approach. "Yes, I believe people should know what life is really like here." "A journalist," he says, not a question but a statement. "Figured as much. You have that look, like you're always watching, always filing things away. Will you help?" He considers this, taking a slow sip of his coffee. $5 for a full day. I'll show you things the tour guides won't. Introduce you to people who actually live here, not just profit from it. But I have conditions." "Which are?" "No last names in whatever you write. These people have little enough dignity left, and no false charity. Don't pretend you're going to save anyone." His terms are reasonable. You agree readily, and Morrison nods, seemingly satisfied. "Meet me here at 1. Your friend Mike will be looking for you at noon, I believe?" The reminder startles you. "How did you—" "Walls are thin in the boarding house," Morrison explains with a slight smile, "and news travels fast when someone new arrives." At noon precisely, Mike, your original guide, appears at the boarding house. He looks better than yesterday, his split lip less swollen, though the bruise on his cheek has darkened to an impressive purple. "Got your message to the Tribune?" he says without preamble. "Money come through?" "Yes. Thank you." You hand him the $3 you promised. 2 for the service, 1 as a bonus. "Sweet," he grins, pocketing the cash. "So, you really going through with this? More investigating?" "Different approach, less wandering, more talking. I've arranged a guide, Caleb Morrison." Mike's eyebrows shoot up. "Old man Morrison? Huh? Good choice, actually. He knows everybody and nobody bothers him much. Too useful. He mentioned showing me things you wouldn't. Mike laughs. Probably true. I showed you what pays. The cribs, the dance halls, the rough stuff. Morrison will show you how people actually live here when they're not drinking or whoring or getting rolled by cops. Is that why you brought me to those places first? Because that's what pays? His expression turns serious. Took you there because that's what people want to read about. Murder and vice sells papers. Nobody wants to read about a mother stretching a half-pound of beans to feed 6 kids for a week. There's uncomfortable truth in his words. Sensation sells. Everyday misery rarely makes headlines. Will you be around if I need you again? You ask. Always around, Mike shrugs. Water Street's home. Just ask for me at Paddy's on James Street if you need anything. He tips his cap and saunters off, somehow projecting confidence despite his battered appearance. At 1 o'clock, you meet Morrison at Dutch Mary's as arranged. He's traded his coffee for a small notebook and pencil, the tools of his trade. First lesson about Water Street economics, he says as you walk. Everything has a price, but rarely a fixed one. What you pay depends on who you are, who you know, and what you can offer besides money. He leads you down streets you've seen before, but now you're seeing them through a different lens. Not as a horrified observer of depravity, but as a student of survival. See that woman? Morrison nods toward a heavy-set matron haggling fiercely with a vegetable seller. She buys the damaged produce at the end of market day, cuts away the bad parts, sells what's left at a markup to people who can't get to the market themselves, makes maybe 30 cents profit on a good day. The woman completes her transaction, loading bruised vegetables into a large basket. Her face shows neither joy nor despair, just the blank determination of someone doing what needs doing. And him? Morrison indicates a man collecting scraps of coal that have fallen from delivery wagons, sells bags of coal pieces to people who can't afford proper fuel. 10 cents a bag, probably makes more on a cold day than I do in a week. Throughout the afternoon, Morrison points out dozens of these microeconomies. The rag pickers who sort through garbage for anything saleable, the water carriers who bring relatively clean water from public pumps to tenements without it, the menders who patch clothing until the original fabric is barely visible beneath repairs. Most people have 3 or 4 hustles going at once, Morrison explains. The regular work, if they're lucky enough to have it, the side business for extra pennies, the favour economy, doing things for neighbours in exchange for help when needed, and often something not quite legal for when times get desperate. You pass a woman teaching 3 young children in the doorway of a tenement. She has no books, just a slate with letters chalked on it. Neighbourhood school, Morrison explains. 3 cents a week per child. She teaches reading, basic sums, a little history, more education than most of these kids would get otherwise. Is she a former teacher? You ask, noting the woman's methodical approach. Former lady's maid to an educated family, picked up enough to pass it on, better than nothing. Education, or the lack of it, is clearly a key factor in the cycle of poverty. Without basic literacy or numeracy, the children of Water Street have little hope of escaping their circumstances. A sudden commotion draws your attention. A crowd has gathered around a tenement entrance, voices raised in anger and distress. Morrison frowns and quickens his pace. Eviction, he mutters as you get closer. Bastards don't even wait for the rain to stop. Indeed, it has begun to drizzle, a cold, insistent mist that somehow penetrates clothing more thoroughly than a proper downpour. On the street in front of the tenement sits a pitiful collection of furniture, a mattress already darkening with moisture, a 3-legged table, a few cooking pots, and some bundles of clothing. Beside them stands a family, mother, father, 3 small children, all watching their meagre possessions succumb to the weather. 2 weeks behind on rent, a bystander tells Morrison. Landlord's nephew wants the room for his new wife. The father, a thin man with hollow cheeks and defeat in his eyes, clutches a battered suitcase as if it contains treasures rather than likely just more ragged clothes. The mother holds an infant to her chest, trying to shield it from the rain with her shawl. The older children, perhaps 5 and 7, stand silent and solemn-faced, already learning that tears serve no purpose in Water Street. I interviewed a housing historian about evictions in this period. She explained there were virtually no protections for tenants. Evictions could happen without notice, often violently and frequently in bad weather when the landlord knew the family would be most desperate and least able to resist. What will happen to them? You ask Morrison quietly. If they're lucky, a relative or friend takes them in until they find another place. If not, he doesn't finish the thought, but the implications are clear. The streets of New York are no place for children, especially not in the colder months. Almost without conscious thought, you step forward, addressing the father. I have a room, you say. It's small, but you're welcome to it for tonight, until you find something else. The man stares at you with suspicion. Charity is rare enough in Water Street to be treated with distrust. Morrison puts a hand on your arm. A noble gesture, he says quietly, but not a practical one. Your landlady won't allow a family of 5 in a single room. The noise alone would get them thrown out by midnight. Before you can respond, another woman pushes through the crowd. Sarah, she calls to the evicted mother, you'll come to us. Jacob can take the boys to his brother's, just until you find a new place. Relief washes over the family's faces. They have been saved, at least temporarily, by the community's fragile safety net. That's Widow Jenkins, Morrison explains as the crowd begins to disperse, the drama concluded. She takes in women and children when there's trouble. Been doing it for years. No one knows how she affords it. Simple charity, you suggest? Morrison gives you a look that suggests your naivety is showing. Nothing simple in Water Street. Everything has a price, maybe not in money, but in obligation, in future favors, in loyalty. The widow builds her own safety net, one rescued family at a time. The rain intensifies as afternoon slides toward evening. You and Morrison take shelter in a small tavern, not one of the rowdy saloons you visited with Mike, but a quieter establishment catering to the working poor rather than sailors or criminals. Men and a few women sit at scarred tables, nursing beers that they make last for hours. No one is drunk, no one is fighting. They talk in low voices about work, about family troubles, about the constant grinding struggle to stay one step ahead of disaster. These are the invisible ones, Morrison says, his voice pitched just for your ears. The ones who work 16-hour days at the factories or docks. The ones who send their children to work as soon as they can walk steadily. The ones who go hungry so their kids can eat something. Nobody writes about them because there's nothing sensational in quiet desperation. A middle-aged woman approaches your table. Despite her worn clothes, she carries herself with dignity. Mr. Morrison, she greets your companion. The usual. Thank you, Mrs. Callahan, and one for my friend here. She returns with 2 mugs of beer that's more foam than alcohol. But no one complains. This is a place where stretching resources is an art form. Mrs. Callahan was a nurse before her husband died, Morrison tells you after she moves away. Now she runs this place, provides basic medical care when she can, safer than the charity hospitals, people say. How do they afford medical care, you ask? Mostly they don't. They work until they drop, then hope someone takes care of their children when they're gone. You think of your comfortable life in England, your education, the safety nets of family and society that protected you from such desperate circumstances. The contrast makes you ashamed, though you know that shame without action is just another form of self-indulgence. Tell me about the women, you say. Not the ones in dance houses, but the regular women. How do they survive here? Morrison takes a long sip of his beer, considering. Hardest life of all, maybe. Working women here are either servants, factory girls, or they take in washing, sewing, anything they can do while minding children. Pay's always less than for men, hours just as long, and they're always one man away from ruin, a husband who drinks the wages, or runs off, or dies. And the children work as soon as they're able. Boys sell newspapers, shine shoes, run messages, girls help with washing or sewing, or mind younger ones while mother works. Childhood doesn't last long in Water Street. The tavern grows more crowded as evening deepens. Men coming off shifts, women finishing domestic work. You notice they cluster in small groups, often by nationality. Irish here, Germans there, Italians in the corner, Chinese by the door. Another truth about Water Street, Morrison comments, following your gaze. Everyone needs someone to look down on. The Irish despise the Italians, who look down on the Chinese. The Germans think they're better than all of them. Misery loves company, but it loves feeling superior even more. A sudden silence falls as the door opens, admitting a well-dressed man whose clothes and bearing immediately mark him as an outsider. He carries a small black book and wears the earnest expression of a missionary entering heathen territory. Right on schedule, Morrison mutters. Sunday evening sermon and soup. The Reverend Mr. Phillips come to save our souls. The newcomer looks around the room, visibly gathering his courage. Friends, he begins in a voice clearly trained for pulpits. I bring good news and an invitation. The mission on Pearl Street offers warm soup and the word of God this evening to all who wish to attend. The response is tepid at best. A few nods, mostly blank stares. The Reverend soldiers on, undeterred by the lack of enthusiasm. The Lord loves you all, he continues, even in your circumstances. Salvation is available to everyone who seeks it. Is the soup available to everyone too? Calls a voice from the back, prompting scattered laughter. The Reverend flushes slightly, but maintains his composure. Yes, brother. Food for body and soul. I'll take mine without the sermon, the heckler replies, generating more laughter. Morrison leans closer. Most folks here have had their fill of being talked down to by well-meaning Christians who've never missed a meal in their lives. The soup's welcome, the sermons not so much. The Reverend distributes some pamphlets and retreats, likely to make the same announcement at other establishments throughout the neighbourhood. Are the missions completely ineffective, you ask once he's gone? Not completely, Morrison concedes. They provide food, sometimes clothing or basic medical care, but they're trying to treat gangrene with bandages. The problems here go much deeper than lack of religion. As darkness falls outside, the tavern's atmosphere shifts subtly. People speak more openly, share more freely. You listen to stories of impossible choices, medicine or rent, food or fuel, which child gets new shoes and which goes without. You hear about jobs lost to illness, opportunities denied due to accent or appearance, the constant grinding fear of ending up in the poorhouse or on the street. That's the real story of Water Street, Morrison says, as you finally prepare to leave. Not the spectacular violence or the brothels or the corrupt cops. It's this. People living on the knife's edge every single day, one misfortune away from complete ruin. Outside, the rain has stopped, but the streets are slick with mud and refuse. The gas lamps cast just enough light to navigate by, creating pockets of illumination in the overwhelming darkness. The sounds of Water Street at night, music from dance halls, shouts from saloons, occasional screams or breaking glass form a background cacophony that the residents have learned to ignore. You walk Morrison to his lodgings, a room not unlike yours in a slightly better building. Before parting, he hands you several pages of notes he's been jotting throughout the day. Names, places, facts you might find useful, he explains, including some people worth talking to if you're continuing your research. I am, you confirm. What time tomorrow? 9 at Dutch Mary's. I'll introduce you to some of the women, the real backbone of Water Street. They see everything, know everything. As you make your way back to your own boarding house, you reflect on how differently you're seeing Water Street now. The sensational elements that first caught your attention, the violence, the vice, the corruption, are still present, but they're now part of a larger, more complex picture. Behind every brothel are women with stories. Behind every saloon are men trying to numb the pain of impossible lives. Behind every street fight is the desperate logic of people with nothing left to lose. You reach your boarding house just as the church bells strike 10. Climbing the narrow stairs to your room, you listen to the sounds of the building settling for the night. Murmured conversations, a child's muffled crying, the creaking of old wood adjusting to the night's dampness. This is the real pulse of Water Street, not the dramatic flourishes of daylight crime or nighttime debauchery, but the quiet persistence of people enduring what must be endured. In your small room, by the light of a single candle, you begin writing, not just recording facts and observations, but trying to capture the humanity behind the statistics, the dignity amid degradation, the complex economics of survival in America's most notorious slum. All right, that's a good chunk. Let me know when you're ready for the next part. Morning arrives in your boarding house room with the sounds of life stirring, a baby crying somewhere below, floorboards creaking as early risers begin their day, muffled coughing that echoes through the thin walls. Sleep clings to you like a needy lover, reluctant to let go after a night of fitful rest on the lumpy mattress. Your back protests as you sit up, muscles still sore from dock work 2 days ago. Hunger gnaws at your stomach, a constant companion in Water Street, even for those like you who have the means to quiet it. The day promises rain again, grey clouds hanging low over the tenements. You dress quickly in your workman's clothes, now properly rumpled from sleeping in them, adding to your disguise of respectable poverty. When you arrive at Dutch Mary's, Caleb Morrison is already there, nursing a cup of coffee and making notes in a small leather-bound book. He nods a greeting as you slide into the seat across from him. "Sleep well?" he asks, though his tone suggests he knows the answer. "Like a baby," you lie. "If the baby had fleas and slept on a sack of walnuts," he chuckles. "You get used to it, or you don't sleep. Those are the options." Dutch Mary herself brings you coffee without being asked, her massive presence somehow comforting in its solidity. "Eggs today," she announces, "and actual bacon. Got lucky at the market. The breakfast is indeed better than yesterday's. The bacon only slightly rancid, the eggs fresh enough." You eat quickly, knowing the day ahead will require energy. "So," you say between bites, "you mentioned meeting some of the women of Water Street." Morrison nods. The real power behind this place, though you'd never know it from looking. Men run the saloons and brothels, handle the politics and violence, but women, they're the ones who keep people alive. How so? You'll see. Better than me telling you. Your first stop is a basement laundry on Cherry Street. The air hits you like a wet fist as Morrison leads you down the steps, hot, damp, heavy with soap and sweat. Through the steam, you make out a dozen women working at large tubs, their faces flushed from the heat, arms red to the elbows from harsh lye soap and constant immersion in water. Most of these women have husbands who work the docks, Morrison explains quietly. But dock work is irregular. You might get hired 3 days one week, none the next. The washing is steady, hard but steady. A woman in her 40s, thin but wiry, approaches, wiping her hands on a stained apron. Her face bears the weathered look of someone who has spent too many years in hot, humid rooms. Mr. Morrison, she greets him with a nod. These girls are almost finished with the hotel linens, still need to start on the restaurant tablecloths. Mrs. Donovan, this is Arthur, Morrison introduces you. He's researching how people live in Water Street. Thought you might have some insights. Mrs. Donovan eyes you with wary assessment. What kind of research? I'm a journalist, you admit. I want to write about the real conditions here, not just the sensational stories, but how people actually survive. She considers this, then gestures toward a small office area sectioned off from the main laundry room. 10 minutes. That's all I can spare. In the relative quiet of the office, which is little more than a desk and 2 chairs separated by a curtain, Mrs. Donovan gets straight to the point. What do you want to know that you can't see with your own eyes? We work. We get paid barely enough to keep breathing. We go home to rooms not fit for animals. We do it all again the next day. How do you manage it, you ask? Not just surviving day to day, but planning for the future? Dealing with emergencies? A bitter smile crosses her face. Future? In Water Street? That's a luxury, like silk dresses and hot baths. Yet you're still here, still fighting. Something in your tone must convince her of your sincerity. She sighs, the sound carrying years of exhaustion. We have systems, nothing fancy. Women here, we look out for each other because nobody else will. Got a sick child? Neighbours take turns watching your other kids, so you can work. Husband drinks the rent money. Women's loan circle might cover you until next payday. Loan circle. 10 or 15 women each put in a few pennies every week. When someone needs it, really needs it, not for drink or foolishness, they can borrow from the pot, pay it back when they can. It's a simple banking system created by those excluded from official financial institutions. Necessity breeding innovation. What about the women in other professions, you ask carefully. Mrs. Donovan's expression hardens. The girls in the dance houses, some were my neighbour's daughters once, some were mine. You don't judge them here. When it's choose between selling yourself or watching your children starve, you'd be surprised what becomes acceptable. Her candour strikes you silent for a moment. This is a perspective you haven't heard, not condemnation of vice, but understanding of impossible choices. The work breaks them down, she continues. Laundry ruins your hands, factory work ruins your lungs, sewing ruins your eyes, scrubbing ruins your knees, dance houses ruin everything else, but a ruined woman still needs to eat. Morrison appears at the curtain. Mrs. Donovan, Jenny's having trouble with the mangle again. She rises with a sigh. Duty calls. If you want to know more, talk to Widow Malone on James Street. She's been here longer than anyone. Back on the street, Morrison leads you through a maze of alleys to a small grocery store barely larger than a closet. Inside, shelves hold meagre supplies, dried beans, flour of questionable quality, root vegetables, and a few luxury items like sugar and coffee in tiny, carefully measured portions. The proprietor, a hawk-faced woman with iron-grey hair pulled into a severe bun, watches you enter with suspicious eyes. "Mrs. Malone," Morrison greets her. "This is the journalist I mentioned." "Humph," is her only response as she continues weighing out dried peas into small paper packages. "Mrs. Malone has run this shop for 30 years, Morrison tells you. Knows more about Water Street economics than anyone. 32 years, she corrects without looking up. Since my Patrick died in the dock collapse of 35. You approach the counter, noting the precise organization of her small stock. "Mrs. Donovan mentioned you might tell me about how women survive here long term." The widow finishes her measuring before answering. "Survival's a relative term in Water Street. Nobody lives long. Just some manage to die of old age instead of violence, drink, or disease. Yet you've managed 32 years on your own." This earns you a sharp glance. "Not on my own. That's the first thing you need to understand. Nobody survives Water Street alone." She comes around the counter, flipping the sign on her door to closed, a significant sacrifice of business for someone in her position. "I'll give you 20 minutes, she says, for Morrison's sake, as she makes tea on a small stove in the back of the shop. Real tea, you note, not the chicory substitute most can afford. Widow Malone begins her education on the women's economy of Water Street. "Men think they run things with their fists and their politics," she says, echoing Morrison's earlier comment, "but women are the ones who make life possible. We're the ones who stretch $1 until it screams, who know which landlords might wait an extra day for rent, which pawnbrokers give fair value, which doctors will treat a sick child without demanding cash up front." She pours the tea into chipped cups. "This shop started with money from my dead husband's dock mates. They passed the hat, gave me enough to buy initial stock. I've helped 20 other widows start businesses since then. That's how it works. A community bank, you observe. Call it what you want. We call it survival. You ask about the dance houses, the brothels, the women you saw working in those establishments. The widow's face doesn't change, but her eyes grow harder. Some of those girls used to come in here with their mothers, buy penny candy with bright eyes. Now they come in wearing rouge, eyes dead as stones." She shakes her head. "Don't think they chose that life. Water Street doesn't offer many choices. Do you help them too, you ask?" "When they let me. Some are too far gone. The gin or the opium has them, but the newer ones, sometimes I can steer them to a factory job or connect them with a family needing a maid uptown. If they're young enough, pretty enough, not too damaged, they might get out." "And the others?" She just looks at you, and the answer is clear. Some ships, once wrecked on Water Street's shores, can never be salvaged. "What about children?" you ask. "How do mothers protect them from all this?" The widow's laugh is sharp, without humour. They can't. Best they can do is keep them alive until they're old enough to work. A 10-year-old boy can sell newspapers or shine shoes. A 12-year-old girl can help with sewing or laundry. By 15, they're either working full-time or... She doesn't finish the thought. No school, no childhood. Childhood? She looks genuinely puzzled by the concept. Maybe for rich folks' children here, you're born owing the world for the space you take up. You start paying that debt as soon as you can stand. The conversation is interrupted by a soft knock at the door. Widow Malone opens it to admit a girl of perhaps 16, thin to the point of gauntness but clean and neatly dressed despite her obvious poverty. "Mrs. Malone, Mother sent me for..." She stops, noticing you and Morrison. "It's all right, Lizzie," the widow says. "Your mother's medicine is ready. Tell her the same as usual." The girl nods, accepting a small paper packet. No money changes hands, you notice. My sister's girl, Widow Malone explains after Lizzie leaves. Sister's consumptive, tuberculosis. Medicine costs more than they can afford, but family's family. You support them? Not just me. Network of widows, we all chip in. 1 month I cover Sarah's medicine. Next month maybe I need help with coal for the stove. System works. Unless everyone's in trouble at once, you observe. That happens, she acknowledges. Bad winters, cholera summers, then we just do what we can and pray for those we can't help. Morrison, who has been quietly observing, checks his watch. We should move on if you want to meet the others. Widow Malone nods. Go see Agnes at the Sewing Circle and stop by the settlement house if you want to see the only real help these people get. Throughout the afternoon, Morrison guides you through Water Street's female spaces, places largely invisible to casual observers. A sewing circle in a tenement's common room where women gather to share work, childcare and information. A small herbalist shop run by an elderly Chinese woman who provides remedies when regular medicine is unaffordable. A soup kitchen operated by women who themselves have barely enough to eat. At each stop you hear variations on the same theme, women creating systems to compensate for society's failures, building safety nets from scraps of resources, forming alliances that make survival possible, if not comfortable. Agnes, the seamstress Widow Malone recommended, explains it best. Men make the problems, women solve them, she says, as her needle flashes through fabric. Man drinks the rent money, women figure out how to avoid eviction. Man beats his wife, women hide her until he cools off or drinks himself to death. Man abandons his family, women make sure those children eat. Doesn't seem fair, you comment. Fair? She looks up, genuinely startled by the concept. Water Street isn't about fair, it's about getting through today so you can face tomorrow. Late afternoon finds you at the settlement house, a relatively new concept in American cities where educated reformers live among the poor they hope to help, offering practical assistance rather than just religious guidance. The settlement house is clean and orderly compared to the chaos outside. Young women from good families, the kind who could easily be living comfortable lives uptown, move purposefully through rooms designated for specific services. A small classroom where children receive basic education, a medical station where minor ailments are treated, a kitchen serving nutritious if plain meals. Morrison introduces you to Miss Bradford, a serious-looking woman in her 30s who runs the operation. Unlike the missionaries you've encountered, she has no religious pamphlets, makes no mention of salvation. Instead, she speaks of practical matters, vaccination programs, cooking classes, employment registries. We can't solve poverty, she tells you in her direct way, but we can teach a mother how to keep her baby alive despite it. We can give a girl enough education that she might find work as a shop clerk instead of a prostitute. Small victories. Does it make a difference, you ask, in the larger scheme? For the individual, yes. For Water Street as a whole? She shrugs slightly. The problems are systemic. We're putting bandages on bullet wounds. It's nearly the same metaphor Morrison used about the missions, but coming from Miss Bradford, it carries the weight of someone who recognizes the limitations of her work, yet continues regardless. The city could clean this up if they wanted to, she adds, a rare flash of anger breaking through her practical demeanor. Proper sanitation, housing regulations, fair wages, these aren't mysteries, they're political choices. Then why aren't those choices made? Because Water Street serves a purpose, she says simply. It provides cheap labour, cheap vice, cheap lives. The same businessmen who donate to charities with one hand are profiting from tenement ownership with the other. As evening approaches, you find yourself back at Dutch Mary's with Morrison. both of you nursing beers that are more water than alcohol. The day has left you mentally exhausted, the weight of so many desperate stories pressing down like a physical burden. How do you bear it, you ask Morrison. Knowing all this, seeing it every day, he considers the question seriously. You focus on the small things, Mrs. Donovan's daughter getting apprenticed to a dressmaker uptown, Widow Malone helping a girl escape the dance houses, Miss Bradford teaching a child to read. You can't fix Water Street, but maybe you can help one person climb out of it. And the rest? The rest endure. That's what humans do. We're remarkably good at it. The door opens, admitting a gust of cold air and a woman you recognize, the same one you saw days ago, drunk and singing to a lamppost. Tonight she's sober, or at least less intoxicated, her movements more controlled, though still bearing the slight hesitation of someone intimately familiar with gin. Margaret, Morrison greets her with surprising warmth. Join us? She approaches your table, studying you with shrewd eyes that miss nothing despite her reputation as the neighborhood drunk. This your journalist? Word travels fast, you observe. Margaret laughs, a surprisingly melodic sound from a ravaged throat. Fastest thing in Water Street is gossip moves quicker than cholera. She sits without waiting for an invitation, and Dutch Mary brings her a cup of coffee without being asked. There's an odd respect in Mary's manner, suggesting Margaret holds some standing, despite her apparent position at the bottom of Water Street's social hierarchy. Morrison says you want the real story, Margaret says, fixing you with a direct gaze. Not just the blood and sin that sells papers. I do. Then ask me anything. 30 years in Water Street, I've done it all. Worked the factories till my lungs gave out, cleaned houses till my hands bled, sold myself till no one was buying. Now I just observe and occasionally talk to lampposts. She grins, showing surprising flashes of white teeth in her weathered face. Why do you stay? You ask, if it's so terrible. Where would I go? Water Street's home. I know every brick, every shadow. Out there, she gestures vaguely toward the unseen uptown. I'm just another dirty old woman. Here, I'm Margaret. Everyone knows me. Some even listen to me. She's being modest, Morrison interjects. Margaret used to be a teacher before life intervened. She still teaches anyone willing to learn. Reading, writing, and how to avoid the worst of Water Street's traps, Margaret confirms. Can't save them all, but some listen. There's something compelling about Margaret, a dignity that transcends her ragged clothes and alcohol-roughened voice. She's a survivor in the truest sense, someone who has seen the worst of Water Street and somehow retained her humanity. What should people know about this place? You ask her. If you could tell them one thing. She doesn't answer immediately, sipping her coffee with the air of someone savouring a rare luxury. Finally, she says that we're people, not exhibits, not statistics, not moral lessons, just people trying to get through each day with whatever tools we have. It's perhaps the simplest yet most profound insight you've gathered in your time here. Not the corrupt police or the violent criminals or the elaborate network of vice. Just people trapped in circumstances largely beyond their control, using whatever means available to survive. As darkness falls, Margaret takes her leave, declining Morrison's offer to walk her home. Night's my time, she says cryptically. Got rounds to make. Rounds? You ask Morrison after she's gone. She checks on people. The most vulnerable ones, old folks alone, sick children, new girls at the dance houses, brings soup sometimes or just company, does it every night, drunk or sober. Another piece of Water Street's complex social ecosystem falls into place. Even those who seem most defeated may serve functions invisible to outsiders. I should head back, you tell Morrison. Need to organize my notes, start drafting some of this. He nods. Tomorrow? One more day, I think. I'd like to understand the politics better, how the system perpetuates itself, who benefits. Then I can start writing the full series. 9 o'clock here, Morrison agrees. I'll introduce you to some people who understand the power structure. Not the obvious criminals, but the ones who really control Water Street. As you walk back to your boarding house through streets now fully dark, you reflect on how much your understanding has evolved in just a few days. The sensational elements that initially caught your attention now seem almost superficial compared to the complex social structures you've discovered. The women of Water Street, with their improvised financial systems and mutual aid networks, have created a parallel society within the official one that has failed them. Their resilience in the face of systematic oppression is both inspiring and heartbreaking, a testament to human adaptability and a damning indictment of a society that makes such adaptation necessary. In your small room, by candlelight, you review your notes from the day. The faces and voices of Water Street's women float through your mind. Mrs. Donovan with her lye-reddened hands, Widow Malone with her carefully measured portions, Miss Bradford with her practical idealism, Margaret with her lamppost soliloquies and midnight rounds. Each has found a way to create meaning in a place designed to strip humanity bare. Each has built a life from materials most would consider insufficient. Each offers a different kind of survival strategy, not just for the body, but for the soul. Tomorrow you'll learn about the politics, the power, the systemic forces that create and maintain places like Water Street. But tonight you write about the women, their strength, their networks, their quiet defiance of a world determined to break them. All right, that's a good chunk. Let me know when you're ready for the next part. The next morning dawns grey and cold, with a persistent drizzle that somehow feels appropriate for your final day of investigation. Your small room in the boarding house has begun to feel familiar, not comfortable exactly, but known. The creaking floorboard by the door, the water stain on the ceiling shaped vaguely like a ship, the thin mattress with its particular arrangement of lumps, all have become part of your temporary existence. You dress slowly, your body now accustomed to the chill of unheated rooms, the damp that seeps through walls and into bones. Outside your window, Water Street is already awake. It never truly sleeps. People move with purpose despite the rain, heading to whatever work or schemes or desperate measures will get them through another day. Dutch Mary's is busier than usual when you arrive, the bad weather driving people to seek warmth and hot coffee. Morrison sits at what has become your table, deep in conversation with a well-dressed man who looks distinctly out of place among the workmen and dock labourers. "Arthur!" Morrison greets you, using your real first name. "Meet Patrick Sullivan. Patrick runs the Fourth Ward Democratic Club." Sullivan stands to shake your hand. His grip is firm, his smile practiced, his eyes calculating. He's a compact man in his 40s, neither handsome nor ugly, the kind of forgettable face that serves a politician well. His suit is good quality, but not ostentatious, expensive enough to signal success, modest enough to avoid resentment. "Mr. Pember," he says, pronouncing your name with the confidence of someone who makes it his business to know things. "Caleb tells me you're writing about our little corner of paradise." You glance at Morrison, who shrugs slightly. Word gets around. Please join us, Sullivan gestures to the empty chair. Dutch Mary's coffee isn't Delmonico's, but it'll wake the dead. As if summoned, Mary appears with coffee for you and fresh cups for the men. Sullivan slips her a coin that makes her eyebrows rise slightly before she pockets it without comment. So, Sullivan continues once Mary has gone, you want to understand how Water Street really works. Not just the surface mess that fills newspaper columns, but the machinery underneath. Something like that, you agree cautiously. Sullivan leans back, studying you. Why? Most journalists are happy with the blood and sin, sells papers. I want the truth, the whole picture. A smile flickers across his face. Truth's a slippery thing in Water Street. Depends who's telling it, who's buying it, who's enforcing it. Then tell me your version. He considers this, then nods slightly, coming to some internal decision. Walk with me. Conversations like this go better in motion. Outside, the rain has eased to a fine mist. Sullivan produces an umbrella large enough to shelter both of you, leaving Morrison to follow a step behind, getting progressively damper. First thing to understand, Sullivan begins as you walk, is that nothing in Water Street happens by accident. Not the poverty, not the vice, not the occasional reforms that make headlines then disappear. It's all part of a system. A corrupt system, you suggest? He laughs. Corrupt implies there was something pure that became tainted. This system was designed exactly as it functions. You pass a policeman who nods respectfully to Sullivan. The same officer would likely have hassled or arrested you in your beggar disguise. But with Sullivan, his manner is almost deferential. The police, you ask, noting the interaction? Part of it. They enforce when necessary, look away when profitable, but they're just employees, not architects. Oh, who are the architects? Sullivan gestures broadly, encompassing not just Water Street but the city beyond, men who never set foot here, bankers, industrialists, politicians at levels far above my humble station, men who need cheap labour, reliable votes, profitable vice, convenient scapegoats. And where do you fit in this system? Another laugh, this one with genuine amusement. I'm middle management. I make sure the Fourth Ward delivers its votes to the right candidates. I direct certain funds to certain projects. I maintain the balance between tolerable and intolerable misery. For profit? Of course, for profit. I didn't grow up with a silver spoon, Mr. Pember. I was born 3 blocks from here, fought my way out of the gutter penny by bloody penny. Now I make sure the wheels turn and take my percentage for the service. Sullivan leads you down a side street to a nondescript building with a small sign identifying it as the Fourth Ward Democratic Association. Inside, it looks more like a social club than a political office. Men playing cards, reading newspapers, talking in small groups. They fall silent as Sullivan enters, offering nods of respect. This is where the real business of Water Street happens, Sullivan tells you, guiding you through to a back room furnished with a large table and comfortable chairs. Not in the dance halls or the saloons or even the police station. Here, where decisions are made about who thrives, who survives, and who doesn't. Morrison takes up position by the door, seemingly comfortable with his role as observer rather than participant. Sullivan gestures for you to sit at the table. Let me give you an example, he says, pouring amber liquid from a decanter into 2 glasses. Last year, a real estate consortium wanted to build warehouses where the tenements on Dover Street stand. Good business move. Location's perfect for the East River shipping. Problem is, 200 families live in those tenements. What happened? I negotiated. Consortium agreed to build new tenements 2 blocks over before demolishing the old ones. Not good tenements, mind you, just the bare minimum. But people got relocated instead of evicted. Consortium got their warehouses. I got a generous donation to the Democratic Association. Everyone won. He pauses. Well, the families still live in squalor, but a different squalor with a roof. You call that winning? Sullivan studies you over his glass. In Water Street, absolutely. They could have been on the street. Many have been for less. The ease with which he discusses human suffering as a negotiating point makes your stomach turn, but you keep your expression neutral. And the police, where do they fit? They maintain order on terms beneficial to those who matter, break up labour disputes that threaten business, ignore vices that generate profit, protect certain enterprises while shutting down competitors, like Tommy Haddon's Shanghai operation, you suggest. Sullivan's eyebrows rise slightly. You've been thorough. Yes, Haddon pays well for protection. Ships need crews. Captains don't ask questions about where the men come from. The police ensure Haddon's operation continues smoothly. And Kit Burns' rat pits? A more complicated case. Burns is protected for now, but that may change. The winds are shifting on blood sports, too many reformers making noise, too much negative attention. Burns doesn't understand that his business model has an expiration date. You think of Burns's defiant defense of rat baiting. He truly doesn't see what Sullivan sees. That public tolerance for certain vices ebbs and flows, and successful criminals adapt accordingly. What about the missions, the reformers, the settlement houses? Sullivan smiles thinly. Necessary parts of the ecosystem. They handle problems that would otherwise become costly, provide minimal care for those who might otherwise die in the streets, and create public health issues. Occasionally satisfy the conscience of uptown donors. And most importantly, they create the illusion that something is being done. You sound cynical, you observe. Realistic, he corrects. I've watched a dozen reform movements come and go. Newspaper exposés, charity campaigns, political promises. Water Street remains essentially unchanged. What would create real change? Sullivan considers this seriously. Higher wages, housing regulations, public sanitation infrastructure, consistent law enforcement rather than selective targeting. But those things cost money and reduce profits for the men who matter. So instead we get missions and moral crusades against specific vices. A knock at the door interrupts your conversation. A young man enters, whispers something to Sullivan, then leaves. Duty calls, Sullivan sighs. The boring machinery of ward politics requires my attention. But before I go, what exactly do you plan to write about Water Street, Mr. Pember? The truth, you say simply, as best I can understand it. A noble goal. His tone suggests he finds it naive. Just remember that your truth will be read primarily by people who benefit from Water Street remaining exactly as it is. They'll cluck their tongues, donate $1 to a mission, and sleep soundly believing they've done their part. He stands, straightening his cuffs. Morrison will introduce you to Eddie Flanagan next. Eddie sees a different side of Water Street politics, the ground level. Between us, you might get close to something resembling truth. With that, Sullivan is gone, leaving a vacuum of energy in the room. You realize he's one of those men whose presence fills a space completely, making it seem emptier than before once they depart. Impressed? Morrison asks, taking Sullivan's vacated seat. He's candid. Sullivan sees Water Street as a business operation, unpleasant but necessary. He's not wrong, just incomplete. And this Eddie Flanagan will provide the missing pieces? Morrison smiles. Different perspective, at least. Sullivan manages Water Street from above. Eddie survives it from within. Eddie Flanagan turns out to be a broad-shouldered man in his 30s with a scar bisecting his left eyebrow and hands that speak of hard labour. You meet him at a small coffee shop near the docks, not Dutch Mary's, but a similar establishment catering to working men rather than criminals or sailors. Eddie's what you might call a community organiser, Morrison explains after introductions, though he'd never use such a fancy term. I handle problems, Eddie says simply. His voice is quiet but carries a weight that suggests he rarely needs to raise it to be heard. When official channels aren't available or reliable, what kind of problems? Landlord refuses to fix a collapsed ceiling. Employer withholds wages. Loan shark gets too aggressive with collections. Gang of kids targeting old folks for robbery. He shrugs. Water Street has plenty of problems. And you solve them? How? Eddie's smile doesn't reach his eyes. Persuasively. You can easily imagine this solid man being very persuasive indeed, particularly with those who prey on the vulnerable, but there seems to be more to him than simple muscle. Eddie organises mutual protection networks, Morrison explains. People in a building or on a block looking out for each other, taking turns watching children, guarding against thieves, sharing resources in emergencies. The police don't do those things, you ask, though you already know the answer. Eddie snorts. Police come when a rich man calls or when they want something. Rest of the time, we're on our own. Tell him about the fire on Pearl Street, Morrison suggests. Eddie nods, warming to his role as storyteller. 2 winters ago, tenement caught fire in the middle of the night. 6 families. Police showed up, but just kept people back. Didn't actually help. Fire brigade was slow. They always are in poor neighbourhoods. He takes a sip of coffee before continuing. So we formed a bucket line ourselves. Got everyone out. Saved most of the building. Then took in the families who lost their rooms, distributed them among neighbours until repairs were made. Without official assistance, Water Street takes care of its own, Eddie says simply. Has to. Nobody else will. Throughout the afternoon, Eddie shows you his Water Street, not the vice districts that draw thrill-seekers from uptown, not the political machinery that Sullivan manages, but the interconnected networks of ordinary people creating safety where none is provided. You meet Mrs. Chen, who came to America as a young bride and now organizes the Chinese laundry workers for mutual protection against harassment. You visit Mr. Abramowitz, whose tailor shop serves as an informal courthouse where neighborhood disputes are settled without involving police. You speak with Father Donnelly, whose church doubles as a shelter and soup kitchen without asking about religious affiliation. These are the invisible structures that make survival possible, community-created institutions that fill the gaps left by official neglect. None appear in newspaper accounts of Water Street, yet all are essential to its functioning. People see Water Street as just crime and misery, Eddie tells you as afternoon fades toward evening. They don't see the strength, the ways we've learned to survive despite everything stacked against us. The mutual aid networks, you observe, they're sophisticated, had to be. When the cholera came through in 49, we lost hundreds because we weren't organised. When it came back in 54, we were ready, had systems for isolating the sick, caring for children whose parents fell ill, distributing clean water. Still lost people, but not nearly as many. Why doesn't the city provide these services, you ask, though again you suspect you know the answer. Eddie's expression darkens. Ask your friend Sullivan. City services go where money and votes dictate. Water Street has votes but uses them wrong, according to men like Sullivan. We're bargaining chips, not citizens. As you walk back toward your boarding house in the gathering dusk, Morrison is unusually quiet. Finally, he speaks. So now you've seen it all. The vice, the corruption, the poverty, the survival networks. What will you tell your readers? It's the question that's been growing in your mind throughout this final day. How to convey the complex reality of Water Street, not just its sensational horrors, but its surprising strengths, its invisible resilience, its human dignity amid degradation. The truth, you say, echoing your answer to Sullivan, that Water Street isn't just a collection of statistics or sensational anecdotes. It's people making impossible choices in an unjust system. Some become Tommy Haddon or Kit Burns, profiting from others' misery. Some become Margaret or Eddie, creating systems of mutual support. Most just endure day after day, because what choice do they have? Morrison nods, seemingly satisfied. The story doesn't usually get told that way. It should. At your boarding house, Morrison pauses. Last night in Water Street? Yes, I have what I need now. I'll start writing tomorrow, back at my hotel. Been interesting, he says simply, offering his hand. You saw more than most outsiders bother to. You shake his hand, suddenly aware of how much your perspective has changed in just a few days. You came seeking sensation, dramatic scenes of vice and crime for your newspaper series. You found those, certainly, but also something far more complex. A community with its own rules, hierarchies, systems of mutual support, all existing in the shadows of society's neglect. Thank you, you tell Morrison with genuine gratitude. I couldn't have understood any of this without your guidance. A rare smile crosses his usually stoic face. Write it true, Arthur. That's all I ask. Alone in your room, you organize your extensive notes, pages filled with observations, quotes, details that will form the foundation of your series. The faces of Water Street parade through your memory. Tommy Haddon calculating his profits from stolen lives, Kit Burns defending his bloody entertainment, the dance house women with their gaudy finery and dead eyes, Mrs. Donovan's lie-reddened hands, Widow Malone measuring dried peas with military precision, Margaret singing to her lamppost, Sullivan orchestrating the machinery of managed misery, Eddie building protection from the ground up. Water Street is all of them. Predators and prey, exploiters and exploited, those who profit from desperation and those who fight against it. No simple narrative can contain its contradictions. No single moral can encompass its complexities. As you fall asleep on your lumpy mattress for the last time, you're already composing the opening paragraphs of your series in your mind, not sensationalized accounts of vice and crime, though those elements will feature, not sentimental portraits of noble poverty, though you've seen true nobility amid the squalor, but something truer. A community of human beings making their way through an inhospitable world with whatever tools they possess, creating meaning and structure where society has provided none. In the morning, you'll shed your workman's disguise, reclaim your identity as Arthur Pember, barrister-turned-journalist, and return to the relative comfort of your hotel. You'll write the stories that will shock and move your readers, perhaps even inspire some to action beyond the temporary salve of charity. But tonight, you're still part of Water Street, just another soul in this patchwork community of the forgotten, listening to the sounds of life continuing around you, resilient and persistent despite everything. The rain has stopped. Through your small window you can see a patch of night sky where the clouds have briefly parted. A single star shines through the gap, distant, cold, beautiful. In Water Street, even small moments of beauty feel like victories. You fall asleep to the lullaby of a city that never truly quiets. Muffled conversations, distant laughter, the occasional shout, the persistent creak of old buildings settling into their foundations. Tomorrow, you'll tell their story. All right, that's a good chunk. Let me know when you're ready for the next part. Morning arrives with surprising gentleness, a soft gold light filtering through your grimy window. For once, the perpetual clouds over Water Street have parted, allowing actual sunshine to touch the dilapidated buildings. It feels almost like a farewell gift. You pack your few belongings, notebook filled with observations, pencil worn to a nub, the workman's clothes that have been your disguise. Your real clothes, the ones you arrived in, are bundled in a paper package Morrison brought yesterday. The fine wool feels alien against your fingers after days of rough cotton. Your landlady is sweeping the narrow hallway when you descend the stairs, her movements as brisk and irritated as the first day you met her. "Leaving?" she asks, though it's clearly not a question. "Yes, thank you for the room." She snorts softly. It's a room, nothing to thank for. You pay her the daily rate plus a little extra. She counts it carefully, then looks at you with slightly more interest. "You're that newspaper man," she says suddenly. "The one asking questions all over." "Yes," you admit, seeing no point in denial. She studies you for a moment longer. "Tell it straight," she says finally. "Not just the blood and sin. That's not all we are." "I will," you promise, touched by her unexpected concern for Water Street's reputation. Outside, the neighborhood looks different in the morning sunlight. Still poor, still rough, but somehow less menacing. Children play in the street, women hang laundry from windows, men head to whatever work they've found for the day, regular life continuing despite the hardships. You make one last stop at Dutch Mary's for breakfast. The place is quieter than usual, the morning rush already gone. Mary herself brings you coffee without asking, her massive presence somehow comforting in its familiarity. "Last meal in paradise?" she asks, a rare smile cracking her stern face. "How does everyone know I'm leaving?" She shrugs. Water Street knows its own business. The eggs and bread taste better than usual, or perhaps you've simply grown accustomed to the peculiar flavors of Water Street cuisine. As you eat, you observe the other patrons, working men mostly, eating quickly before heading to their jobs, not the criminals or the desperately poor, but the backbone of Water Street, those who cling to respectability by their fingernails, one missed paycheck away from disaster. They talk in low voices about ordinary things, work troubles, family matters, small triumphs and disappointments. Their concerns would be recognizable to working people anywhere. It's a reminder that beneath the sensational elements that draw outside attention, Water Street is fundamentally a community of human beings trying to build lives with inadequate materials. When you finish eating, Mary refuses your payment. "On the house," she says gruffly, "write something true." It's the second time this morning someone has asked you for truth rather than sensation, an unexpected burden of responsibility. You thank her and step out into the sunshine, ready for the transition back to your regular life. The walk to your hotel takes you through progressively cleaner, safer, more prosperous streets. With each block, you feel Water Street receding behind you, not just physically, but psychologically, as if you're shedding a skin you temporarily inhabited. By the time you reach the hotel, you almost feel like Arthur Pember again, Oxford-educated journalist, rather than the nameless beggar or workman you've been pretending to be. The hotel doorman hesitates when you approach, clearly confused by your appearance, the fine clothes you've changed into not quite disguising the days of Water Street grime still embedded in your skin and hair. "Mr. Pember," you remind him, and his face clears. "Of course, sir. Welcome back." Your room, your real room, feels absurdly luxurious after your Water Street lodgings. The bed with its clean linens and actual mattress, the wash basin with hot running water, the silence, blessed silence, without thin walls transmitting every cough and argument from adjacent rooms. You strip off your clothes and stand in the bath, watching the water turn grey, then black as days of Water Street grime sluice from your body. You scrub until your skin is pink and raw, as if you could wash away not just the dirt, but the memories, the smells, the sounds. But those remain, etched into your consciousness, demanding to be recorded. Clean, shaved, dressed in fresh clothes, you sit at the writing desk by the window. Outside, respectable New York goes about its business. Well-dressed pedestrians, elegant carriages, evidence of wealth and comfort. It's hard to believe Water Street exists in the same city, though it's only a mile or so away. You begin to write. When is a man not a man? When is a woman not a woman? When they dwell in Water Street, New York. The words from the transcript feel right as you're opening. This isn't just reporting, it's an indictment of a society that allows human beings to be reduced to something less than human through systematic neglect and exploitation. The pages fill quickly as you describe what you've seen, heard, experienced. The physical details come easily. The overcrowded tenements, the disease-breeding gutters, the dance houses with their barely clothed women, the saloons where men drink themselves into oblivion. But you take special care with the human elements that might otherwise be overlooked. The dignity amid degradation, the systems of mutual aid, the surprising resilience of those who have every reason to surrender to despair. You write about Tommy Haddon with his Shanghai operation, Kit Burns with his rat-baiting pits, the corrupt police who maintain the system rather than enforcing the law. But you also write about Margaret checking on the vulnerable despite her own alcoholism, Widow Malone stretching resources to help others, Eddie Flanagan organising protection networks where official protection fails. Afternoon stretches into evening as you write, pausing only to light lamps as darkness falls. The words pour out of you, demanding release. This isn't just another newspaper series. It feels like testimony, bearing witness to a reality most of your readers will never experience directly. When you finally stop, hand cramping from hours of continuous writing, you have the framework for your entire series. New York's underworld after dark, the mysteries of Water Street exposed. Your editor will be pleased. The sensational elements will sell papers, while the deeper social analysis might actually educate readers about the true conditions in their city. A knock at your door interrupts your thoughts. A bellboy delivers a note from your editor at the Tribune requesting a meeting tomorrow morning to discuss your findings. You dash off a quick reply confirming the appointment, then return to your desk reviewing what you've written. Will it make a difference? Will readers care about Water Street beyond the vicarious thrill of reading about vice and crime from the safety of their comfortable homes? Will politicians be moved to address the systemic issues that create and maintain such neighborhoods? You think of Sullivan with his cynical view of reform movements that come and go while leaving fundamental conditions unchanged. Perhaps he's right. Perhaps exposés like yours are just another part of the machinery, creating the illusion of concern without prompting real action. But then you remember Morrison's parting words. "Write it true, Arthur, that's all I ask." And the landlady's unexpected plea, "Tell it straight, not just the blood and sin, that's not all we are." And Dutch Mary's gruff command, "Write something true." Truth may not be sufficient to create change, but it's necessary. Without accurate accounts of Water Street's reality, there's no hope for meaningful reform. Your articles won't save Water Street, but they might be one small step toward awakening public conscience. As midnight approaches, you finally prepare for bed, a real bed with clean sheets and a soft pillow. Your body aches for rest after days of tension and discomfort, but as you lie in the darkness, sleep proves elusive. Your mind continues to race with images and voices from Water Street. Margaret singing to her lamppost, the dead-eyed dance-house girls, the children playing in gutters flowing with filth, the casual violence of everyday interactions. The contrast between your current comfort and the conditions you just left feels almost obscene. Here you lie in clean sheets while thousands suffer less than a mile away. You can leave Water Street behind, its residents cannot. I spoke with a historian who studied investigative journalism of this period. She told me Pember's articles caused quite a stir when published, with many readers expressing shock at conditions they hadn't known existed in their city. Some reform efforts followed, though as Sullivan predicted, most addressed specific symptoms rather than underlying causes. Still, Pember's work helped set a template for investigative journalism that exposed social ills. Sleep finally comes, but your dreams are filled with Water Street, not its horrors, but its people going about their business with the strange dignity you observed even in the worst circumstances. They don't need your pity, these dream figures seem to say. They need justice, opportunity, the same chance at decent lives that more fortunate citizens take for granted. You wake early, refreshed despite your troubled dreams. Today, you'll meet with your editor, begin the process of transforming raw observations into a polished series that will introduce Water Street to Tribune readers. The real work is just beginning. Over breakfast in the hotel dining room, fresh eggs, crisp bacon, coffee that actually tastes of coffee, you organize your thoughts. The series will need to balance sensational elements that attract readers with substantive analysis that educates them. It must shock without exploiting, expose without dehumanizing, critique without condescending. As you're finishing your meal, a newspaper boy enters the dining room, hawking the morning edition. Extra raid on Water Street dance houses, police arrest dozens. You purchase a paper and scan the front page article. Last night, it seems, police conducted a massive raid on several Water Street establishments, including Tommy Haddon's place and 2 dance houses you visited. The article portrays this as a triumph of law enforcement against vice, with quotes from officials promising to clean up the Fourth Ward once and for all. You know better. This is just another performance in the ongoing theatre of Water Street governance, periodic shows of enforcement that change nothing fundamental, that likely were arranged in advance with bribes determining which establishments were targeted and which were warned. By next week, business will continue as usual, perhaps with slightly different players or in slightly different locations. At the Tribune offices, your editor greets you enthusiastically. George Sanders is a burly man in his 50s, a veteran newsman who recognizes a good story when he sees one. Pember, you look like you've been through the wars. He gestures to a chair across from his desk. Tell me you got something worth the risk. You outline what you've discovered, showing him your draft of the first article. As he reads, his eyebrows rise progressively higher. This is Not what I expected, he says finally. I sent you for blood and thunder, dance houses, crimes, Shanghai operations, the stuff that sells papers. It's all there, you point out. But in context, he reads more, nodding slowly. The social analysis, the economic systems, the community structures, that's not typical crime reporting. Water Street isn't just a crime story. It's a human story, a political story. Sanders leans back in his chair, considering. It's good work, Pember. Different, but good. We'll run it as a 12-part series, starting Sunday. Lead with the most sensational elements to hook readers, then layer in the deeper analysis. By the time they realize they're reading sociology instead of crime reporting, they'll be too invested to stop. You leave the Tribune offices with a sense of accomplishment. The series is approved, the first installment will appear this weekend, and Sanders has granted you unusual freedom to tell the story your way. Walking back to your hotel, you pass a newsboy shouting about the Water Street raids. A well-dressed woman purchases a paper, scans the headline, and comments to her companion, "Something should be done about those dreadful places. Such sin and degradation." You're tempted to stop to tell her what you've learned, that Water Street isn't just sin and degradation, but a complex community of people struggling within an unjust system. But what would be the point? Your articles will make that argument more effectively than a strange man accosting her on the street. In the following weeks, as your series runs in the Tribune, you receive various responses, letters from outraged citizens demanding reform, invitations to address charitable organizations, angry denunciations from officials who claim you've exaggerated conditions. A terse note from Sullivan, accurate but naive, nothing will change. Yet small changes do occur. A committee is formed to investigate tenement conditions. A mission opens that focuses on practical aid rather than just religious conversion. A particularly corrupt police captain is transferred out of the Fourth Ward. Not revolution, not wholesale reform, but incremental improvements that might make life marginally better for some Water Street residents. It's less than they deserve, but more than they had before your articles appeared. One afternoon, about a month after your return from Water Street, you receive a visitor at the Tribune offices, Caleb Morrison, looking slightly uncomfortable in the respectable surroundings. "Read your articles," he says without preamble. "You kept your promise, told it straight." "Has there been any real impact?" you ask. "Some. The worst dance houses got shut down, though the girls just moved to other establishments. Tommy Haddon's been more careful, working through more middlemen. Kit Burns is feeling the heat, might have to find a new line of work. And the people? The regular residents?" Morrison's expression softens slightly. "Margaret asked me to thank you, said you saw Water Street clearly, not just its sins, but its humanity. The widow, too, she's getting more customers from uptown, people who read your articles and want to see Water Street for themselves." "Tourists," you say, slightly disgusted. "Money's money," Morrison shrugs. "She's using it to expand her loan circle." You talk a while longer about specific people you met. Eddie Flanagan organising tenants to demand repairs, Mrs. Donovan teaching her daughter to read between laundry shifts, the settlement house expanding its services, small victories amid continuing hardship. When Morrison leaves, you feel a complex mixture of emotions. Satisfaction that your work has had some positive effect. Frustration that the fundamental conditions remain largely unchanged. Nostalgia for the strange intensity of your Water Street days. You were only there a week, yet the experience has altered something essential in your understanding of humanity, its capacity for both cruelty and kindness, exploitation and solidarity, despair and resilience. Water Street showed you both the worst and the best of what people can be when pushed to extremes. In the years that follow, you write many more articles, cover many more stories, but none affects you quite like Water Street. It becomes your touchstone, your reference point for evaluating other situations, other communities, other human struggles. When you eventually return to England, you carry Water Street with you, not just in your notebooks, but in your consciousness, a permanent alteration in how you see the world. Long after your series has been forgotten by most readers, long after Water Street itself has been transformed by development and demographic changes, something of its spirit lives on in you. The unexpected dignity you discovered there, the systems of mutual aid created by those with nothing to spare, the stubborn persistence of humanity in the most inhospitable conditions. And sometimes, in your dreams, you still walk those narrow streets, still hear Margaret's drunken singing, still feel the pulse of that complex, troubled, resilient community that existed in the shadow of America's prosperity. Water Street, a place where humans could become something less than human, or sometimes against all odds, something more. As you drift towards sleep in your comfortable bed, so different from the lumpy mattresses of Water Street, you might reflect on how fortunate you are. Clean sheets, soft pillows, the security of knowing tomorrow holds no immediate threats. These simple comforts were unimaginable luxuries to the people you met in those dangerous slums. Let your body sink deeper into your mattress as you appreciate its support. Allow your muscles to relax, releasing the tension of the day. Your eyelids grow heavy as you remember Arthur Pember's courage in exposing those harsh conditions, his determination to tell the truth about a world most people never saw. Perhaps, like Pember, you've faced challenges today that tested your strength. Now it's time to rest, to let